forgot to put myself on the fucking starting zoom screen. Idiot. I love being stupid. Whatever. Stupid. Evil. Evil. We're all evil. Woo. Boo. I'm evil. Alright. The fuck is this? Okay. Very interesting, folks. Alright, well, we're flipping over here. And you can shut your dumb ass up. Yoink. 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 Alright, I've also completely taken apart my nuclear. Jesus, wish I had nuclear power in this fucking safe. My coal power. So now I have to rebuild it. And everything is powered down. Oh well. How exactly do I want to approach this? Everything has basically almost been rebuilt at this point in time. I just need to increase the amount of power we need. Trying to think of what is the most effective way I want to approach this. I could just use the space here. I'd have to get rid of all this stuff, though. I think that's probably going to be the most effective use. Methinks. Hmm. Yes, mayhaps it is time for me to rip this all up and move it elsewhere. Alright, time to rip everything to shreds. Hmm. Well, that's gonna take forever to fucking... I could just essentially delete all the pipe there. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just do that instead. Just delete everything in the dismantle crates. Not like we're gonna be losing much of anything anyways. And nothing of value was lost. Wouldn't it be a bad idea to keep some amount of coal around just as a Kickstarter? That is acceptable. Well, that's all that gone. Might not have been the best idea to destroy the Nobelisks, but... I'm over it. Yeah, I'm over it. Alright. Now to build something. Biggest problem we're going to have is the transportation of the water. That's going to be the biggest issue. We need a consistent rate of about 300 per minute to the pipes. Should be a bit of an issue. I'll think something. I have an idea of how I want to do this. The cock and balls are you talking about? I don't think Spencer Pratt knows what water is. I feel like he's the type of guy to say that water is gay. Alright, make this thing bigger than it probably has to be, just in case we need the space. Like, it'd be like, water? That's for homo queers. And I ain't no homo queer. And that would be that, you know? He'd be like, I ain't no homo. That's about it. Fuck you. Kills the bird. Boy Meets Mini is just... He's got his, like, fucking Pepe sign saying, don't care, voting for Nithya. It's like all the memes saying, don't care, voting for Jank. No, honestly, I embrace this racism. At least you're not being extremely fucking putis. So, there's that. Good job, Boy Meets Mini. You are not putis. That's coming up. You make me shake my head in disappointment every single time, Boy Meets Mini, with your fucking putis behavior. Classic Boy Meets Mini being extremely putis. Classic. Okay, we don't have 3.5, so that's fine. Do 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 do. What's up, Big Jerry? How did I build this again? It was 30 power plants in total. Except this time we should be able to support the full 32. Which was the original plan. We just do not have enough production at the moment. Or rather, our belts are just not enough at the moment. Another thing that we probably will start producing in this area are probably wind turbines to help supplement our power woes. So it'll be time to go up, way up into the sky in order to make a bunch of wind turbines. Wind turbines? What the? They're woke. We don't like the wind, folks.
Fake news.
It's woke. Wind woke. Let me tell you, folks. Not quite enough. He only hates it because it fucks up his comb over. That's true. Boy, wait, Smitty, would you say that's about 20 meters? The engineer is, yes, 2 meters tall. Which is kind of crazy. You're fucking like 6 foot, almost 7 foot in this game. You are tall as fuck in this game. Canonically. Yeah, you can say that again. Fucking get this guy drafted. Obviously, we need to know because of the, it's 14. Water extractors and pipes. His name is Jalen. Or Jalen. No, my name is Chumbawamba. Now, dare you assume that I go by any other name, Boy Meets Mini? You putis. Typical fucking putingo behavior from El Boy Meets Mini is this fucking putingos. No, the only person that matters is Kawhi Leonard for coming back to the Toronto Raptors, okay? Which is the only basketball team I vaguely care at all about because I'm Canadian. Yeah, imagine being a fan of the Clippers when the Lakers are right there. It's all about who has more aura, obviously. What have the Clippers ever accomplished? Nothing. Besides probably being cringe butt faces. I don't think the Clippers have clipped your stream ever. Boy Meets Mini, I have bad news. We're not those guys. It's over for us. It's not about the Clippers sucking. It's just that we don't have that kind of motion. Hello, Big Jerry. Be funny if Twitch sponsored them purple jerseys with a big clip button. Yeah, but Twitch doesn't have that kind of motion. They don't have that kind of clout. No modular frames, eh? Twitch Kick sponsored a whole ass F1 team. Yeah, they did do that, didn't they? That's true. So true, Big Jerry. Listen, there's one person who's always reliable, it's Big Jerry. Unlike Boy Meets Mini, who's a cringe lord. Deb. Okay, so there's a slight problem with ripping up all of my power infrastructure. Slight issue. I have nothing to kickstart this stuff. Gonna be kind of annoying to kickstart this. Nah, I'm joking. It's not gonna be that hard, actually, to kickstart this. It's actually gonna be pretty easy to kickstart this. Biomass burners, will go grab some biofuel from home base, and then kick this shit into high gear. Also, tomorrow, quick reminder, we're going to be doing Junk Tent tomorrow with Steamboat. That'll be starting 7 p.m. my time. We're going to be doing some Junk Tent. We've not done some Junk Tent in a while. It's been quite a long while since we've done some fucking Junk Tent, so it's going to be good. I believe we're going to be going over specifically Hassan's interview with Professor Jung. So that'll be fun. Because there was a lot of wacky stuff that Jung was talking about. As always, expected from Jung. I do know that he made one of his other infamous predictions of... he thinks that Donald Trump is going to get a third term. I think that was, like, the one thing that I do remember. There was also instances where Hassan was just, like, laughing his ass off. Probably because of stupid shit Jung was saying. I don't know why he's doing these interviews with left-leaning people who are definitely willing to call him out on this shit. Like, for example, he did that interview with Mehdi Hassan. Why? Why would you... Like, he's trying to, like, bullshit a bullshit artist. Or someone who could sniff out bullshit. That's never... That never plays out well. Especially considering how much of, like, a Petersonian fucking weirdo Jung is. Like, that's just, like... Brother, what are you doing? This is a terrible idea. Like, the one person that most of these people should absolutely fucking avoid are people like Mehdi Hassan. Because Mehdi Hassan, he doesn't give a fuck, right? He doesn't care if he's going to get a fucking follow-up interview. He's not in this place to, in this environment to make friends. He's in it to make, to do journalism. Because he's an actual journalist. Hassan should have asked him if he loves Latinas. Did you watch the interview, Boy Meets Mini? Not yet, no pre-watch. Well, you're gonna be watching it tomorrow then, probably. When we, go over that shit. I would assume, of course, Pepe. I'm not implying anything, of course, but, you know, I'm just saying. I do also have an interview tomorrow as well, so we'll see how that goes. Yeah, for an for what is basically an 8-month contract in Alberta for some position with some company on site. Whatever the fuck that all means. For quote-unquote an IT generalist. It's doing an interview with a big IT corpo, contracting out, blah 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 blah, you know, standard stuff like that. Alright, that's that done. Each row of 4 coal generators generates or consumes about 75 cubic meters of water. Yeah, right there. 75 cubic meters of water after the upgrades we've done for them. So every 4 extractors, one of them has to have a power shard in them for 300, which is the max capacity, of course, of water. So we're gonna have to come up with some fucking abominations to properly fuel these things. How's Ottawa? Ottawa's good. You know, nothing too crazy, too complicated. Just, went there, did a lot of raids for Mega Mewtwo's. Got 5 shinies that were not a part of that I didn't have before off my fucking lists. So, relatively speaking, a pretty good go fest overall. Didn't get everything I was looking for, but then again, I didn't know what I was exactly looking for. But I got a bunch of stuff I was looking for, so I can't really complain. Overall, pretty successful for me. If I had the money to keep going to more events, I would, but I just don't. And getting this contract position in Alberta would definitely be a fucking problem for that as well. It's not ideal, but whatever. I need the money. I need money. A horse named Skibbity Riz. What the fucking cock and balls? What the? Holy shit. That's based. Yo, based. Skibbity with the Riz. But that's how the horse introduces himself to all the horses. I'm Skibbity with the Riz. It's like, alright, bro. You can relax. God damn it. Alright, that's that done. Now for the pipes. I can do this. First we need floor holes. Then we're gonna make a bunch of all this shit. And there's also solar panels. I guess I could just use this wind turbine here. Yeah, I could just use this wind turbine here to kickstart everything. I'll need quite a few of them. Elevators. Man. Alright, we need the pipe floor holes. One, two, three, four. Perfect. Boom. Lovely. Alright, let's get these turned on so then we can have some rudimentary automation for this. This might be a little higher than 20 meters, which could be a bit of an issue, but... yeah, that could be a bit higher than 20 meters, which would be a problem. Padaho, why is it being higher than 20 meters such an issue? Because of the sloshing mechanics that exist in this fucking game. That's why it's a problem. Satisfactory does a very, very good job at sloshing, aka the water sloshing. Obviously, building on the floor level of this lake pretty much takes out that problem. Issue. Makes it such that there's not as much room to expand not only the amount of water extractors, but also the amount of plants as well. This way, we have at least a little bit more room in this direction to build more plants if we need to. We probably don't need to. That is the problem. Funnily enough, this is also another form of power that we can make use of with these. Hello, free power. Never mind. We don't need to make those wind turbines at all. Lovely. We can just exploit this river over here with these water turbines. Perfect. Perfect catalyst for upstarting our fucking shit over here then. We'll still build the wind turbines, though. Who's trying to scrap, huh? What's a scrap, huh? 50 megawatts each? More than enough. Fuck you. And this shit's pretty much cheap and free. Only pipes. You just need pipes and stuff? Lovely. Let's go build more of those. Pipes and wires, rather. That's cheap as balls. Cheap as balls and fucking free. Yeah, absolutely. Let's build more of that shit. We'll make more use of that eventually. I knew there was more of them, I just couldn't see them. That's 300 megawatts for free? Depending on the node it is on, it can either generate up to 8, 20, or 50. Well, these ones are just 20s. I guess it depends on how close it is to a waterfall. Perhaps. How much do you generate? Yeah, okay, so that's gonna be 240 then. That's fine. Damn, a quick wire here. Lovely. Small subsection of the factory is now back. Now to connect the rest of this free 240 megawatts of power. To definitely make sure I exploit way more of these things. Also, it really seems like the most limiting thing that we have at the moment is going to be coal. So if you look at this, find power stuff. Requires a bunch of stuff with coal, although used to burn any type of solid carbon-based fuel. We turn it into heat and made a waste product of carbon dioxide, which can be vented out or used in various recipes. I'll take a look at this eventually. But this definitely does look somewhat interesting. And it requires use of coal. Though honestly, what I could do is power shard the miners and use those to expand the infrastructure, the power infrastructure. I think I could do that. I should probably do that, actually. But the coal from the mines and the eventual better belts we'll get? Yeah, we can do that. Yeah. Okay, we disconnect that. So that would lead to the rest of the factory, and we'd have nothing working. Which would not be ideal. This goes here. Just get our 8 built. Just enough space. Calculated. How does Daho do it? How does he know to be so perfectly calculated? I don't know. I'm just an expert at this. I'm just too good at this game. I'm just too good, folks. Way too good. Alright, it's gonna be 300. Now for the placement of this bit. This, theoretically speaking, should be okay. If I also do this as well, that should be fine. Okay. As soon as I get this first block working, I'll start yapping about stuff, because we do have some videos we need to watch over and whatnot. But, like, topics de jour. Klein. This will take some time, obviously, to get going, but those 2 pumps should be good. God damn it. Wall. Outlet. Boom. Boom. The pipeline does not quite make... Okay, so we just need to move the pipeline pump then. That's fine. It's an easy problem to fix. I think probably about... That should be good. $280. Good. Alright, we're good. Perfect. Working as needed. We are in business. This is probably the segment I'm the most concerned about because it has the most verticality. And she works. So we're good. We can flick this on. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Those are all fine. Fuck my life. Alright. That's that done. And that will lead to the turning on of the first 4. That's right, it's only been for the first 4 of our lovely little, well, shall we say, power plants. Of course, when the when the coal eventually does get to them. Once the manifolds start to get filled up, this will eventually just figure its shit out. So that's fine. Now we have to do the same shit for the rest of them. Lovely. Hmm? Repair 4-gore water for some of these. 4-gore. Good. All working as intended. It's gonna be kind of annoying to finagle the pipes around the belts and whatnot, but we'll figure it out. Eventually all of the ugliness will be covered up. Eventually. But it is all working as intended, so that's good. Also, I feel like something that should be discussed at one point is the meaning, like, I feel like the term orbiter has basically lost all meaning. Like, what does orbiter even mean at this point? You know? Because if you don't have, like, absolute agreement with, like, a lot of these, like, dumbass fucking charlatans with their preferred, I suppose, content creator de jour or whatever, or if you don't have, like, absolute disagreement with who they hate, you just get called an orbiter. I find that to be very lazy. Because I get called a Hassan orbiter consistently. It's like, am I a Hassan orbiter? Because I say that I agree with probably about like 90+% of what he has to say politically. Okay, so then I guess I'm like an orbiter to Vosh. I suppose I'm an orbiter to a bunch of other left-leaning content creators because I agree with like about 90+% of the shit that they have to say. Like, okay. Sure, man. And by the way, I do basically agree with probably most of the things that Destiny probably would say in terms of policy prescriptions. The biggest problem that I have with, say, like, people like Destiny is the fact that he's just a fucking incredibly spiteful, psychotic little freak. For example. Or the problem that I have with Asmongold is the fact that he's a far-right chud. So I always find the use of the term orbiter to basically, like, it almost just has like no fucking meaning at this point. It's like simp. Simp to me has also lost all fucking meaning. Like, to me, simp basically means absolutely fucking nothing. Like, someone calls you a simp, it's just like, okay, sure, man. I'm a simp because I don't hate women or something? Like, oh, right, bro. Like, lovely. Like, what is the utility of any of these words? Like, 'cause they mean something, right? At least that's what I was told to believe. Or not told to believe. Thought to have believed. I just find it to be fucking annoying, to be honest. Because it's just like, okay, man. Sure, totally. A lot of these terms basically mean absolutely nothing. It doesn't fucking matter. Who the fuck cares? Just say words, bro, and it's probably going to be okay. And I don't know. I find it to be very, very fucking irritating, to be honest. It's like, okay, man. What is the point of having complex language and complex thoughts if it's just all inherently automatically destroyed by a collection of incredibly low IQ fucking morons? What is the point of any of this? I find it to be very, very, very fucking irritating. Okay, there's that done. Alright, and that's the next one ready to be turned on then. Cool. What's up, Angel? Made some mid-ass burgers earlier, and I'm questioning whether I actually graduated culinary school, or you just fever dreamed it. You graduated culinary school? That's cool. Would Gordon Ramsay approve, or would he call you a sandwich? I think that's the question you probably need to ask yourself. What would Gordon Ramsay think? Or something. I don't know. Just be like a memer about it. Just like call yourself a sandwich. Something like that, you know? The fuck is Gordon Ramsay's grilled cheese moment? Oh man, another shiny flabebe. Oh man, I totally needed another one of those things, guys. Doesn't actually want another shiny flabebe whatsoever. He overcomplicated a grilled cheese? How? It's a grilled cheese. It's just a grilled cheese, man. It's not rocket science, it's a grilled cheese. Okay. Cut the slices so damn thick. Okay. The fuck does Cliff have? Alright. What the fuck do you have in terms of your lineup? Team Go Rocket lineups. Alright, Cliffman has a fucking Axew in the front. And a bunch of random bullshit in the back. You'd have to watch it, but he didn't melt the cheese and really didn't toast the artisan wheat bread. Okay. More I hear about this, the more troll it sounds. It's fucking raw. He put kimchi on a grilled why? Was he trying to go for some Korean bullshit or something? Okay. Sure, man. Where's the Sashian? Sashian. Not you. You. Fuck air slash. Fuck off. This thing gets fucking 3 charge moves? Why am I not surprised? Or not charge moves. Fucking quick moves? Alright. Alright. Like, Epic Troll is here? Putis! Fucking Putis spammers are here? Is Snarl not available anymore in Zacian? Oh, wait. No, it's because it's the fucking crowned form. That's
we do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Yeah, it's because it's the fucking crowned form. Son of a bitch. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. Accept my fucking hubris. Alright, I have to do this fucking cliff. I have to do this Team Rocket boss, folks. I'm gonna lose the 12k egg. Whatever. Can we not drop our inputs, please? I forgot that Pokemon Go made a bunch of changes to the Go Battle League system, and it's so bad because it drops inputs like a motherfucker. It's so fucking bad, dude. Ow, those fucking mud slaps hurt. Now, time for you to die. Alright, eat shit. Fucking weebs. Weebs. What the? I thought you 235 was a putis spammer. I thought you just said putis. We got a weeb? Ford's gonna kill you. And eat you. He'll do it. Not good enough. Still Dookie Bubkiss. Give me that purified. Okay, so until I hatch these fucking eggs, I should not be accepting any more. Any more rockets, aka bosses. aka you get on a quick. I have 16 of those things? Jesus. I guess I had 20 of them. I mean, I never really fought them, because I just didn't care. But, well, here am I, slightly caring again. Alright. You get the turn on. I'll have to catch this thing first. Oh boy, Dunsparce. Downhar, you're just trying to get the shiny, aren't you? Well, I do need the family now. Alright, lovely. Oof, good crack. Oh, I could feel that sneeze coming for a good, like, 10 seconds there. Jesus. Oof. Yes, IEMs, and I have no idea what the fuck you guys are talking about. But anywho, we're gonna start a segment. Get this out of the way. Yeah, you guys sound like you're talking about audio file shit, which I don't have the money for. Fucking nerds. Fucking nerd. Well, you know what? I am now racist against all audiophiles, so I will not become an audiophile. How about that? Now, have you ever considered that, you 235? Racism. Caught. It's over. It's Jover, in fact. Ear. Anyhow. Huh? Why would you Esper kick me? That doesn't make any sense. I'm not that big of a fan of Esper. Why would you Esper kick me? That doesn't make any sense. Alright, both of you are getting timed out then. Yeah, you want to try that? Being racist against good headphones. Looks like I'm gonna have to time you both out. And times you.
I was wrong about you, Senator. You're not cringe. You're just fucking racist.
That's true.
I was wrong about you, Senator. You're not cringe. You're just fucking racist.
Yes. Are you done being racist? Or anti-racist, perhaps? Yeah, no more racism. Stop the racism. Alright, let's get started. Man, it truly never will ever end, will it? This fucking war of choice that both the President of the United States as well as Israel is deciding to go with. For what reason exactly? Meh. I don't know, because YOLO Swag 420? Yeah, because YOLO Swag 420. This is the current, I guess, conditions that we find ourselves under in the current war for Epstein's Fury, or whatever the fuck meme ass name we can come up with this, or for this goofy war. But as expected, the negotiations have gone absolutely nowhere. War's back on, and the Strait of Hormuz has been getting opened and reopened and closed, and basically not really much of anything is changing in terms of the conditions, not conditions, but basically the situation on the ground when it comes to the situation with the war within Iran. It's been made very, very clear that Trump is not interested at all in any form of like negotiations or talks, and the Iranians are not going to reciprocate anything either, because at this point, why should they? Why should they? It's been made very clear that the U.S. is a highly unreliable partner, given the constant neurotic state of the President of the United States of America, who just seemingly just keeps acting out in his own sort of like ostensibly like ridiculous fucking ways. So guess what? The metaphorical Epstein's Fury, or as some are now calling it, epic quagmire, is here to basically stay, it seems, for the time being. Because the President of the United States is making it rather fucking clear that in reality he seems like he just doesn't give much of a shit at all in terms of the current situation on the fucking ground, and has made it very clear that he's not interested in negotiating. But here's Trump talking about this, I believe, at the NATO summit in Ankara in Turkey, more specifically, or Turkey, whatever. So Trump is obviously mad about the fact that the Europeans are not joining along with him in his dumbass war of choice. I wonder why. Like, unironically, okay? The fucking... Let's do a basic geography lesson, alright? Where is Iran? Is it anywhere near the North Atlantic? No. So why the fuck do you want NATO to join in to with your dumbass war of choice alongside Israel for the Iranians or something? Like, why should the Europeans join? Why should the Canadians join? Why should anyone in NATO fucking join this dumbass fucking war? There's like literally no reason for them to join whatsoever. And why bother making a already terrible situation significantly worse for like no reason? It just doesn't make any sense to me. But then again, we're talking about Trump here, and he's just basically mad about the fact that why is Canada and the United Europeans, why are they not listening to me? Why do they hate me or something? It's just like, well, because Iran's not even within the operational area. Like, I mean, it's just fucking stupid.
Last night, after Iran struck 3 tankers in their territorial waters in the Strait of Hormuz, which is their right, when these tankers are going into the space where they say, do not go here.
I mean, the idea was in this period that the tankers transit closer to Iran and not...
We talked about the whole situation with the tankers that got hit by the Iranians. The reason why the Iranians are hitting tankers, again, within the Strait of Hormuz, is because of the fact that the Memorandum of Understanding is violated by, guess who? Oh, Israel. Yeah, Israel.
Not through different channels where they couldn't monitor what's going through, and they're not doing that, and Iran is exerting control over the Strait that they never exerted prior to us and Israel starting this war.
They now understand that their control over the Strait is their best point of leverage, making the West feel economic pain. Since the resumption of bombing, by the way, oil prices have skyrocketed. The U.S. Treasury also responded by revoking a license that authorized sales of Iranian oil, which also is going to impact oil and gas prices, and yet again another one.
And by the way, it's another violation of the Memorandum of Understanding is the reimplementation of sanctions. Like, unironically, it's all gone completely and utterly to fucking shit at this point for the United States of America and for the Memorandum of Understanding. It's like, Memorandum of Understanding? What Memorandum of Understanding? It's all basically gone to shit because the dumbass pedophile president that's in power right now is basically doing everything possible in order to scuttle peace with the Iranians. For what reason exactly? Oh, probably because of Israel or some shit. Honestly, like, whenever it comes to anything with Iran, the general presumption and the best sort of, shall we say, assumption to make is, when in doubt, honestly, just blame Israel. Yeah, honestly, you should just fucking blame Israel.
Win for Israel here, that the colonial entity that dragged us into this war and was able to appeal to Donald Trump's ego in a way that Netanyahu hadn't previously been able to do so with other presidents. Trump was sold a bill of goods, and now we're all paying the price. Here's Trump at the NATO summit speaking about the resumption of the war and the...
Also, real quick, what Emma is specifically talking about there is Benjamin Netanyahu, alongside a bunch of his boys from Mossad and whatnot, got into the Situation Room, presented a 1-hour presentation to Donald Trump, and that was what mainly fucking convinced him to decide to go ahead with this stupid fucking war.
Bombing of Iran. And he here is calling Iran scum, which probably is not great for the diplomatic process.
Again, part of the negotiations and what one of the demands that the Iranians are making is saying, like, hey, can you stop being an asshole about us on social media and, like, constantly threatening us? Which, I'll be quite honest, I think seems kind of fair and reasonable for the Iranians to ask that. It's just like, how about you stop threatening us? Because it's pretty clear that your threats against us mean absolutely nothing in our minds, and it's only just making you look more ridiculous. So how about you just be like a mature adult and just stop? Yeah, just stop.
Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
It's a very interesting question. To me, I think it's over. I don't want to
It's
deal with
over,
this scum.
folks.
You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear...
Okay, unironically, says the fucking dude who has, tons of fucking allegations within the Epstein files, unironically coordinates the ICE Gestapo to go ahead and illegally detain a bunch of non-fucking criminals to try to deport them out of the United States of America. Says the fucking dude who just constantly bombs more and more countries, has bombed a record amount of countries in just the first 2 years of the... Well, not even the first 2 years. The first about year and a half of his fucking second term in office. Really, the Iranians are led by sick and violent people. Okay, bro. Nice meme.
weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. I'll speak to our negotiators. They want to negotiate. They're good people.
By the way, the only people who have ever used a nuclear weapon has been the United States of America, and guess who constantly threatens to use nuclear weapons? Well, Putin, and also this stupid motherfucker.
Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, they have to come back to me.
Wonderful people.
It's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're lying.
Okay. So Trump is lying here again. The Iranians don't want to talk with Jared Kushner or Steve Witkoff anymore because they're too stupid to understand the basics of nuclear sort of... I was going to say fission, but like the basics negotiations around nuclear talks, right? Like, again, the Iranians, when this whole fiasco started, they offered to get rid of all of their excess fissile material, which is fucking wild. There's like, we are willing to basically get rid of all this stuff as per the demands of the United States of America in order to not get attacked, which should really like tell you just that is a big deal, as was stated by the I believe it was the Omani foreign minister saying like, yeah, that's a really big fucking deal. They're essentially saying that they're willing to abandon their fucking nuclear program, right? And not be able to produce any more fucking weapons by getting rid of their already their stockpiles of more heavily enriched uranium. Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner didn't understand any of that stuff, and as a result, the Iranians are saying like, yeah, we're not actually interested in negotiating with you fucking idiots anymore. That, and also the Jared Kushner as well has been constantly relaying a lot of the information in terms of the negotiations also to who exactly? The Israelis. So I think it makes a lot of sense to me why the Iranians probably do not want to fucking have any talks anymore with any of the representatives from the United States of America. I'm just saying. Do we have a new chatter here? No, C-jams? Basically, you say that a lot. I mean, is there a problem with that? What's wrong with saying basically a lot? I don't see any fucking problem with it. Like, okay, bro. Nice meme.
Liars. We make a deal. And if I make a deal with him, we have a deal. And he goes out, he talks. We make a deal. Everyone's agreed. No nuclear weapon. We make a deal. They go outside, talk to the press. They say, we never even talked about it. There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
What's over? Like, what do you mean?
Okay, like, they never... Okay, first off, as per the United States' own intelligence agencies, and including his former national director of intelligence, as Tulsi Gabbard herself also said, the Iranians were not even pursuing a fucking nuclear weapon. The Ayatollah called a fatwa upon the development of fucking nuclear weapons. So, as far as we know, the Iranians were not even fucking pursuing the development of nuclear weapons. So, like, what are we doing here? Like, what's going on here? Like, you keep saying, no nukes. Iran, you can't have any nukes. Okay, they weren't fucking developing any anyways. Like, hello? Like, seriously. Like, what are we doing here? What is the point of all this fucking behavior? As far as I'm concerned, at this point in time, this is just to, like, satiate Donald Trump's violent urges alongside fucking Israel's as well. Because Israel has been fucking wanting this war for a really, really long time. It's unironic, just Iraq War 2 electric fucking boogaloo bullshit. Like, this is the exact same fucking shit that Bush was saying during during the Iraq War, during the build-up to that specifically. And at this point in time, given the fact that the Iranians have made their position very clear that they're not pursuing a nuclear weapon, and that, well, Trump is too much of an idiot to fucking understand that, alongside the negotiators he sent, and they even offered to be like, we'll get rid of all of our, like, 60% enriched material, and then just, like, move on with their lives in order to have some kind of a peace. Like, at this point in time, like, what other, like, assumption am I supposed to make besides, yeah, like, these motherfuckers are not interested in making a deal. They've never been interested in making a deal at this point in time. Like, it's just, yeah, you know, malarkey feeding. Exactly, Boy Meets Mini. It's just a bunch of malarkey. Joe Brandon was correct in terms of just saying, that's just a bunch of fucking malarkey. Because, listen, like, that's all I'm basically seeing here. Is just nothing but a bunch of fucking goddamn malarkey.
So the memo of understanding, right? Like this temporary cessation of hostilities is over. You bombed a bunch of parts of the country, including Kharg Island. It's pretty clear that it's over. But, like, I mean, it's just, what does it mean you don't want to deal with him anymore? We've heard the reporting that he's bored now. We get it. I know. I mean, it doesn't capture your attention like the reflecting.
Yeah, guys, it turns out negotiating with a pretty advanced country like the Iranians, that's a little hard. It's kind of boring. It's not interesting. So I'd rather do random decorating projects instead, folks. That's what I want to do.
Pool and the renovations on the White House. But we still have to come to a negotiated peace. Like, we lost. You lost. That's why they're exerting leverage over the Strait of Hormuz, because it's their territorial waters, and they've increased their leverage. And we talked about Kushner there. The Iranian negotiators barely even want to talk to Kushner because they have intelligence that suggests and a belief that Kushner's literally getting on the phone with Netanyahu after this and talking to him and giving him all the information, and the Israeli government.
Yeah, that's probably now the main reason for as to why they don't want to deal with any of Trump's fucking quote-unquote negotiators, because it's been made extremely fucking clear. It's like, what the fuck is the point of dealing with these guys if they're just going to, like, leak everything to the Israelis anyways? Like, why should we talk with these guys? What is the point in talking with any of these guys? It doesn't make any sense to talk with any of these fucking dudes, because they're just going to leak everything to Israel anyways. So, like, what is the point? Why should we bother with this? And honestly, like, what else am I supposed to really say besides, yeah, I mean, that's perfectly reasonable there by the fucking Iranians. Like, why should they negotiate with the United States, with Jared Kushner specifically? That's why they got, like, any progress done with J.D. Vance specifically, because, well, at the very least, J.D. Vance wasn't going to leak everything to Benjamin Netanyahu. And there was a really good Some More News segment talking about Jared Kushner and how he has a very, very close relationship with his family to Benjamin Netanyahu. So it's just like, buddy, like, should we really be surprised that all the, like, weird, like, Israel stooges and simps that you have around you, Trump is making it such that the Iranians are not very, very interested at all in terms of negotiating with any of your representatives? Like, bro, like, what are we doing here? Like, what are you doing with it? Like, what's the point of negotiating with you? It's just nonsense.
Essentially an agent of Israel. I mean, he brags about how Netanyahu slept in his childhood bed. So Israel's desperate to blow up these negotiations, and they have very sympathetic negotiators in Kushner who are advancing that agenda, and an aging psycho who is easily manipulated. This was Trump less than a month ago talking about Iranian leadership. You heard him call them scum there. Do you know what that means? I think people know what that means.
It's what you put in the reflecting pool.
Yes.
That's true.
He's like, you're looking at it. Scum, scum. This was
We're
him
gonna put you in the
less than a month ago
folks.
talking about Iranian leadership. It's the scum.
And we're dealing with people that I think are very rational people. I mean, they were nice to deal with. They were strong people, smart people. I think actually they're smarter than the first and second group. But they're not radicalized, and they're, you know...
Beer bash with the raid of 2 people. You son of a fucking bitch, Beer bash. You son of a bitch. You bastard. What's up, Beer Bash? What's up, Beer Bash Raiders? How's it going? What is going on? I'm Da Harumba. Obviously, you've seen me around. You know who I am, more than likely. I yap politics. I play video games. Yada, yada, yada. And currently, we are talking about... Will the Iran War ever end? Will Operation Epic Quagmire ever finish? The answer to that is no, it will not. The war will continue until the pedophilia and the pedophiles in power are satisfied with the blood of brown children or some shit. I don't know. Something like that. You know the fucking meme. Yes, sub to the YouTube. You know, we continue to climb on the YouTube. Blah, 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 blah. Very cool, very good. We do be loving our, I don't know, pedophile fucking president and all this shit. Yada, yada, yada. It's annoying. It's fucking stupid.
People that I think are very rational people. I mean, they were nice to deal with. They were strong people, smart people. I think actually they're smarter than the first and second group. But they're not radicalized, and they're, you know, looking to...
Okay, we all know, by the way, that that's just complete bullshit, and this is just, like, fucking cope from the president. The current people that are in power within Iran at the moment are the hardliners within the fucking country. We know this. This is cope from the fucking president. We know specifically that what the president is saying here is just, like, utter fucking nonsense. And that this is just essentially, like, him trying to smooth things over in terms of fucking relationship. But then again, he can't, like, hold two thoughts at any, well, at any point in time because his brain is just, like, literal fucking mush. So he's not going to be able to, I don't know, hold, like, complex negotiations and talks with the Iranians because bro's brain barely fucking functions. He's old. He's decrepit. He smells like shit all the time. He has to wear diapers at all fucking moments because he's... I mean, his body is fucking failing him because he's of how old he is. Like, can we really just operate under the assumption that the president of the United States is going to be able to properly carry out these fucking negotiations, these complex fucking talks over a war that he electively fucking started? No, of course not, because his brain is too fucking cooked. Yeah, Trump doesn't give a shit about Pahlavi. Trump doesn't give a shit about anyone besides himself. He doesn't give a fuck. Like, Reza Pahlavi, like, literally did everything possible to suck off Trump as much as he fucking could in order to get a crumb of fucking power in Iran, and that obviously miserably fucking failed. It's just fucking crazy to me, dude. Like it's so fucking goofy. Yeah, Biden had to bounce from back from fucking cancer treatments, as much of a piece of shit as he is, but in terms of, like, sheer competency in comparison to that of Trump, like, you would take Biden any day of the week over this pedophilic moron.
help their country.
Trump suggested again that Syria could be...
Okay, there you go. They're looking to help their country. What happened? He's completely out of his mind. If you don't believe me, these were other parts of the press conference. This is just a short one. He can't... All right, here he is trying to talk about Iran and not getting the country's name right.
Which is one of the most beautiful in the world. It's one of the biggest, the Abraham Lincoln. And 2 months ago, we had 100, I told this story yesterday, we had 111 missiles shot by the Islamic Republic of Japan. They were shot at the aircraft carrier over a period of about 1 hour. 111.
Sleepy done. It's dude. Fucking Japan has now seen the light of Allah. Let's go. Wait, I thought all the far righters were constantly fucking telling me that the Japanese fucking hated Islam so much. What happened? Well, apparently they're now Islamic, as for the fucking president of the United States of America. It's now an Islamic Republic. That's fucking hilarious, dude.
11 missiles going to a very expensive ship, and every one of those missiles was knocked down.
So expensive.
That's also, okay, putting aside the Islamic Republic of Japan, which is pretty hilarious.
Well, that's a whole new problem I didn't know we had to deal with.
Right. They've entered, I mean, I keep hearing from Netanyahu that even though he's the one committing genocide,
love the
that
light of
Iran's
Allah,
the real
folks.
Nazis and the resurrection of Hitler himself, so it would make sense that Japan would enter the fight.
It's pretty amazing, actually, given our military relationship with Japan, how pro-Palestine people are.
Yeah, that is always the funny thing. That's a good point there by Matt. Japan is very, very pro-Palestine. I don't know why. Like, they really do not like this. There's like videos that pop up every now and again of Japanese people just like getting into spat with fucking Israeli tourists. It's very funny, and I have no idea why this is the case. It is fascinating. It is very fascinating that is the case.
In Japan.
I mean, yeah, I guess, but they probably remember which country was the only country.
Yeah, that's a good point there, Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, from what I understand, Israelis are some of the worst fucking tourists. Like, there are Europeans that constantly complain about Israeli tourists because it's mostly, like, rich Israelis who tend to be the fucking tourists to Europe. And obviously, they are incredibly fucking snooty... stuck-up fucking losers who are not very, very kind or interesting fucking people. Let's just say, for lack of a better term.
In the world to ever drop nuclear weapons, as we're talking about nuclear weapons,
I think that might explain it, yeah.
you know, killed hundreds of thousands of people when likely the war was already over.
It was over. Russia.
Yep.
And, objectively, a terror, like the maybe most significant terror attack in world history that a lot of our political class still defends.
Wait, I don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
We had to nuke Japan, folks.
Some more evidence that he's out of his mind. Brian has become almost a bit of a savant in translating Trump because he has to watch so much of him. And even you were flummoxed by this.
I was completely stumped. I think I've sussed it out, but I'm not entirely sure.
We'll let the audience decide, and then perhaps we'll have a brainstorm.
Again, that was pretty much the Obama deal.
Obama.
That was one of the worst tragedies that happened. That's what happened in the Middle East. That deal set back that whole situation. They went with, frankly, they picked the wrong country. They picked the wrong country. JC, POC. What a terrible deal. I call it the Obama.
Is that Jesus Christ?
What the fuck is he talking about? JC, POC, worst country? Like, who's the worst country in this instance? Like, the Iranians are the worst country, but that's who you're trying to get a deal with. That's kind of the point of the JCP. I don't get it. Yeah, make a Trump a podcast, bro, at this point. I mean, it's true. The incoherency is certainly there. What does this mean? Like, is he talking about something else in particular? Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, I don't know. I'm a little lost. I'm a little confused.
Person of color.
Exactly. He's going woke.
That's true. He is going woke.
He was actually looking more like a Palestinian, and that's what Trump wants to say.
JCPS.
True.
More honest depictions of Jesus Christ as someone who's brown.
So, I mean, we do have 30 more seconds. I am confused, I will say that.
What do you mean you picked the wrong country?
Other country. Which country? What other countries could you...
My guess is that he thinks Obama aligned with Iran, and he should have aligned with, like, Israel or something.
Or he means that he picked the wrong mediator in the talks with Iran.
Because who
were the main mediators during the JCPOA? Like, the Europeans were in the deal, I believe, alongside obviously the United States. Like, I don't know if the Chinese, the Russians really had anything to do with the deal in particular. I don't think they did. I just... Yeah, the British. Okay, yeah, the Chinese did have something to do with the deal. Okay. The Russians, yes. And everyone fucking came to, like, an agree... I don't understand. Like, what does he... Like, does he think that the Chinese basically had nothing to do with it? Like, I don't get it.
I think Brian might be right, but the problem is, like, the Iran deal wasn't just like what the conservatives think it was, like massive giveaway to Iran. It was actually like fairly onerous, and like getting back to those conditions under these conditions is actually a difficult thing for even Trump to do. But I don't quite understand.
He elaborated in another interview that's text only. There's no sound on it. All he said was, "Obama picked the wrong country. I won't tell you which one was right."
Whoa!
Whoa!
So the best.
It's like kind of like sounds like Stephen Carter saying I picked the wrong wife, but anyway.
I picked the wrong country, folks.
They picked the wrong country.
To make an Iran deal with.
POC. What a terrible deal. I call it the Obama nuclear waste deal. Because what he did with that deal was tremendous hardship in the Middle East.
Okay, the funniest thing about this is that Trump was constantly saying that Barack, like, you know, we all know the old, like, 2013 tweet where he was talking about how Obama is going to try to seek war with Iran in order to salvage his fucking approval rating. He didn't do that. He went with the Iran nuclear deal instead. And he's the only one who's gone forward with a war against the Iranians, you know, just like to show how much of a fucking idiot Trump is in terms of well, how much of an idiot we're dealing with in terms of Trump here. I mean, we all know why he ended up tearing up the deal to begin with, U-235. The only reason why he ended up tearing the deal is just because Obama got a fucking Nobel Peace Prize and his, like, petty, jealous ass didn't get one. So he got salty about it, decided to tear up the JCPOA, and wanted to put his, like, dog shit, tacky ass set of, like, paint on it. Failed miserably, and now we have Operation fucking Epic Quagmire instead. It's in every single way that this could have been handled as poorly as possible. Oh, it was handled as poorly as possible from our favored pedophilic, avaricious dipshit in power.
It was a terrible, terrible thing to do, and we've been just the opposite. Our deal is a wall to a nuclear weapon. His deal was a road to a nuclear weapon. They'll never build a nuclear weapon under our deal, but I don't know if we're gonna have a deal. We may just...
All right, we have maybe this is the winner from ad hominem. Trump.
Like, what the fuck? Okay, how are, like, what's, like, the fucking, like, which conservative show said that Obama was, with the JCPOA, that was a pathway for the Iranians to get a nuke? Like, because, again, Trump is too stupid to make up any of his own talking points, and also kind of lazy to make up his own fucking talking points, so he will just, like, snag some from, like, whatever dumb fucks are in his fucking ear. Who said that, again, Obama's deal is the main, like, pathway for the Iranians to get a fucking nuke? Like, who? That's, like, my fucking question. Who said this? And why? What is their fucking reasoning? Alex Jones? No, Alex Jones... No. Not Alex Jones. I don't think Alex Jones talks about, like, Iran in any substantive sort of manner. I don't think it's him at all. I don't know. Like, I'm genuinely kind of confused on this one. I'm not gonna lie. I have no idea who it could be.
Forgot what the JCPOA was and the fake talking points about it, but he was trying to say Obama supported...
Ben Shapiro? Maybe? I mean, it would be something he would probably say, but, I mean, he would dress it up in, like something that makes more rhetorical sense, and that would probably be too difficult for Trump to articulate, so I don't think it was Ben Shapiro either. So, I don't know. Like... I'm genuinely just, like, kind of lost. I have no fucking idea who put this idea in his head.
Iran over Israel is my guess. Oh, that's what you said? Oh,
okay. The right country being Israel, yeah.
Okay, got it.
Why not just say JCPOS? It's very easy.
Well, he's sundowning.
I don't think he knew. I don't think he was actually making a POC joke. I think he actually thought it was the JCPOC.
No, but I meant more instead of the, what did he call it? The nuclear waste deal?
He has lost his fastball.
Yeah, that's what he's like trying to do his old Trump things where he coins little phrases, and it's like, it's not 2016 anymore, buddy.
Yeah, it's really not. And Netanyahu is also getting desperate. Well, I think with our guests, we'll play some clips of him panicking that Trump is cozying up to Erdogan and might sell them F-35s again. But
that is also a good point there. We're probably going to take a look at that when we eventually talk about Trump's visit to fucking NATO. But he's been definitely fucking cozying up to the, like, he had some talks and mentions about Erdogan, saying that I'm a big fan of Erdogan. I love Erdogan. I love him so much. He's a great guy, folks. The Israelis have not been a particularly big fan of Turkey, mostly because of the fact that they support the Palestinians, but also the fact that they have been consistent in terms of not liking Israel for killing their fucking civilians when participating in aid flotillas for fucking Palestine. Yeah, they've not been particularly big fans of that. Because, like, again, in 2010, Israeli commandos killed a bunch of fucking Turkish civilians. For what purpose exactly? Oh, they were trying to bring aid to starving Palestinians. But then again, Israel. We are talking about Israel here. They are evil. But yeah, of course. We should really not be surprised that the sundowning president is just, like, seemingly his brain is broken. And he unironically, he can't get his fucking ducks in a row. Because, again, bro's brain is complete fucking mush. Like, I don't even know what what the fuck he was talking about like half the time. I'm gonna be honest here. It's just like, bro has fucking lost it. He's not there all mentally, and that's extremely, extremely fucking clear. But here, more fucking follow-ups about this. So it turns out, obviously, the shock and awe campaign that the Trump administration was attempting to replicate within Iraq, and they were trying to do the same thing in Iran. It obviously failed miserably because Pete Heggs is at the realm, and it turns out macho guy sort of militarism is very fucking stupid. Yeah, macho fucking militarism is extremely, extremely fucking stupid. As expected from these, shall we say, very, very low IQ individuals, such as the Trump administration, and also Pete Hegseth, the clown that he basically put in place for Secretary of Defense. Well, we shouldn't really be surprised by this. But here, what do we have?
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Belle again.
Howdy.
So, today,
thank you, YouTube.
We're going to talk about Iran closing the strait and no end in sight. Trump's rhetoric is continuing to cause upheaval and conflict in the Middle East, and his words have now caused a flare in fighting. As discussed yesterday, Trump posted to social media saying, quote, "The United States has stated to them, in no uncertain terms, that the ceasefire is over." Over in all caps. This was probably meant...
Yeah, I don't think that's a thing that you can just, like, unilaterally say. That's just, like, extremely fucking stupid. Like, I'm gonna say that again. Like, that is extremely fucking stupid for Trump to claim. Like, yeah, you know what? Fuck you, Iran. There's no more ceasefire. I unilaterally say that the ceasefire is over, and we're gonna keep bombing. So, why is he saying this in particular? I don't know. To fucking flip a coin, to be honest. He could be saying this for, like, literally any fucking reason. And I guess technically all of the potential reasons that you could come up with are valid. Well, I say that mostly rhetorically. None of this is valid whatsoever. It's just, man, in every single way that this could be as dumb as fucking possible, by the Trump administration in terms of how they've been treating this whole fucking situation with the Strait of Hormuz and whatnot. It's just like rookie mistake after rookie mistake, because these guys are trying so hard to emulate all the like 80s action films that they want to basically soy pog out to, but it turns out it's not the 80s anymore. We're in the 2020s, man. Like, this shit's just like 40 years old, and it just is not how life works, generally speaking. It's extremely fucking stupid, man.
To show strength, and in a room of advisors impressed by tough guy quips, maybe it does. But Iran simply acted as if the ceasefire was indeed over. Then Trump followed it up by asking Iran to allow free transit through the strait and threatened consequences.
Yeah, why would they? You literally just said the war's back on, so it's like, all right, I guess we're closing the strait again, boys. All right? Epic. Good job, Mr. President.
Iran declared the strait closed entirely until further notice. They fired at commercial shipping. The U.S. responded with waves of strikes. We haven't been able to get a full count yet, but it's in the hundreds, which again is weird, because Trump himself said that strikes wouldn't reopen the strait. He said, quote, "We could have dropped more bombs for another 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 weeks."
Yeah, he did say that, didn't he? Which is a moment of clarity there from the fucking President of the United States of America. He is correct when he says that, well, you know, I could just keep attacking them and it's not going to do anything. It's like, that is a fact. That is true. No amount of bombing is going to ever open up the fucking Strait of Hormuz. But a factor that we all need to consider, of course, in terms of all this is bro's brain is just like wallahi fucking cooked. It's not there anymore. He's not operating with a full fucking deck. Like, that much is extremely, extremely fucking obvious. So, like, can we really, like, operate under the assumption that, I don't know, anything that comes out of Trump's mouth is going to be, like, honest or truthful, or he even understands what he's saying half the time? You really can't, because, again, like, bro's brain is fucking cooked.
weeks, 2 years. You would never have the Hormuz Strait open. Yet, now he's ordered strikes against a bunch of targets that seem to be the targets his administration has already claimed it destroyed. Remember, as we said before the war started, there comes a point where airstrikes just make the rubble bounce. Iran responded to the airstrikes by launching a wave of strikes of its own. So far, it looks like they struck at targets in Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Oman, and Qatar. Maybe also the UAE. It also...
Again, same thing consistently with the strategy the Iranians have been taking, basically making it as painful as possible for the allies to continue justifying support from the United States of America, essentially making sure that their foothold in the area is as weak as possible.
So it looks like they may have hit another commercial vessel and forced the crew to evacuate. Harlan Ullman is a person who has a list of qualifications and his own page on the U.S. Naval Institute website. But most of you would probably be familiar with a doctrine he helped put together. Shock and awe. Well, Ullman does not seem impressed by Trump's strategy and said, quote, "From the very beginning, it was unclear what America's objectives and aims were in this. People questioned the strategy. What was the United States?"
Well, the exact same thing that literally everyone else has been fucking claiming for at this point. Months? Ever since the beginning of the war? Yeah, ever since the beginning of the war.
States hoping to achieve. Yeah, I know some people who had those very same questions before the war even started. Ullman went on to say, quote, "It's using military force where it has tremendous superiority. But can the U.S. put enough pressure on Iran to do what it wants and change Iran's attitudes?"
No. The answer to that question is no. It's been made extremely fucking clear that the Iranians are just like, Lamau, no. Like, we don't give a fuck about you, little bro. Like, the Iranians have successfully called the bluff of the United States of America, and they're saying, like, okay, bro. Like, yeah, you definitely think you got that smoke on you. Yeah, totally, bro.
I don't think that's going to happen. That's probably going to hurt Hegseth's feelings. When describing Trump and his Iran war strategy back on March 4th, he said, quote, "We are punching them while they're down, which is exactly how it should be. Thus far, Operation Epic Fury has delivered twice the air power of shock and awe of Iraq in 2003.
Yo, epic.
Iran's ability and willingness to quickly respond to U.S. attacks means that Hegseth did not apply shock and awe correctly. The actual goal is..."
Yeah, from what I recall correctly, it's supposed to just, like, lightning fast attack, basically break the back of the enemy's ability to be able to resist in a very, very, very fast manner. And, well, that clearly has not happened.
Breaking opposition resolve, not just wasting a bunch of resources. Iran doesn't seem to have had their resolve broken back in March. You know, since it's July. It's worth noting that I'm not actually a supporter of shock and awe, because when done correctly, it can cause the military and government to collapse too quickly and lead to, well, Iraq.
Power vacuum.
This is how the U.S. wins the war and then loses the peace. Speaking of which, CENTCOM released a statement saying, quote, "Iran was provided yet another opportunity to demonstrate adherence to the Memorandum of Understanding."
Yeah, totally, bro. Yeah, fucking another opportunity to adhere to the deal that you and Israel have fucking broken. Like, yeah, man. Totally. The Iranians have to be the main guys who have to fucking adhere to the Memorandum of Understanding. Like I mean, it's at what point in time do you just have to be like, bro, like, what the fuck is this, man? Like, what? Why do the fucking Iranians have to ever show any good faith to you guys at all? They don't have a reason to show any good faith to you guys whatsoever. Because, again, the United States has made it extremely fucking clear that they don't know how to operate in good faith.
After being held accountable for earlier attacks on commercial vessels, but has again failed.
Sure, man.
Reminder, quote, "The United States has stated to them, in no uncertain terms, that the ceasefire is over." Trump's mean tweets are literally keeping a war going. Anyway.
That's pretty fucking epic. And as has been said before by the Iranians, stop with the fucking mean tweets and all the threats, and then, you know, maybe we'll actually, like, think about signing a fucking peace deal and a ceasefire and a negotiation, but Trump's too much of a fucking dumbass to do that. But here, another fucking a meme about the updates to the Iran war. And here's another instance, I believe, of Trump trying to get the Europeans and NATO involved in the attacks against Iran. Again, I don't know how many times this has to be said, but the Europeans, Canada, and like literally nobody else wants to join in on the adventurism that both the United States and Israel are fucking engaging with for one reason and one reason only. First off, geography lesson. Iran is nowhere near the North Atlantic, the Baltic, or the Mediterranean. So it's completely outside of the operating area of NATO. So they're not going to join in, like ever. Even with Iraq, to justify NATO's involvement in Iraq, George Bush had to come up with a little bit of a stretch. Like, a little bit of a fucking stretch in terms of that. Which is probably why the Trump administration is trying to be like, well, you guys did it for George Bush in Iraq. Why can't you do it for Iran? It's one country over. Well, that's because it's definitively just not in the fucking operating area of NATO. Like, that's just, like, not how any of this works. And it's, again, not meant to be an offensive alliance. It's meant to be a defensive alliance, Trump. But, unfortunately, we're dealing with, like, very stupid fucking people who are just like, we're just going to be doing literally everything possible in order to just be like big macho man tough guys as much as we fucking can. You know what? We're just gonna fucking do that stuff. It's just like, okay, bro. Like, nice meme. But anywho, what's this?
Well, howdy there, internet people. It's Belle again.
Howdy again.
So today, we're going to talk about Trump's cry for help with Iran and another 60 days. Trump has lost in Iran, and he knows he lost in Iran. He started this for manufactured reasons and lost. He can't even blame it on anybody else, because he was the one who scrapped the deal. He knows Hegseth's revamping of the military was a failure, and produced a military that looks good for memes, but hasn't been able to secure a waterway after months. But he can't blame the military, because it's Trump and Hegseth's failed strategy and failure to plan that led to Operation Epic Quagmire.
Epic Quagmire is a good one. It's a good one, you know? It's not as good as Epstein's Fury, obviously, but, this is not bad.
Desperate cry for help. Trump posted to social media something that seems like his normal wannabe tough guy rhetoric, but it's not. Here's the post. Quote, "The Hormuz Strait is open and will remain open, with or without Iran. We are reinstating the Iranian blockade, so named because it is only stopping Iran ships or customers from entering or leaving. All other countries will have fair and open use of the strait."
Again, that's just simply put not how that works. There is, again, supposed to be freedom of travel for international trade, but Iran and Oman are the ones who co-own the Strait of Hormuz. It is their territorial waters. So if they want to fucking close the Strait of Hormuz, guess what? They can. And the Iranians have made a deal with the Omanis to be like, listen, in this war, we're going to be fucking closing the Strait of Hormuz, so we're going to make a deal with you guys in order to just be like, yeah, listen, we're going to be constantly fucking closing this thing on and off because the hubris of the United States will compensate you for, I don't know, all the inconvenience or whatever. And that's what the Omanis have fucking agreed to in so many fucking words. But Trump... It turns out negotiations a little bit of a difficult thing for him to understand because, again, it's not like big 80s, like, meathead, macho guy, tough stuff, which he pretends to know and have an understanding about how it works and thinks it's like a virtuous thing, but in reality, most of the lessons from those, like, tough guy, macho man 80s movies is that actually this stuff is kind of bad and is incredibly fucking ineffective, but... Again, we're talking about the Trump administration here, and they, and conservatives in general. Media analysis, kind of a difficult thing for them to do.
The USA will be, from this point forward, known as the guardian of the Hormuz Strait. But as such, and as a matter of fairness, will be reimbursed at the rate of 20% on all cargo ships.
Wait, he likes Steven Seagal movies? Yeah, why am I not surprised?
For any and all costs necessary to do the job of providing safety and security to this very volatile section of the world. The process and formation will begin immediately.
Okay, him calling this a very volatile section of the world. Quick question: why is it so volatile right now? Just a simple question. Why is it so volatile right now? What happened? What happened to have made this particular part of the world as volatile as it is? I mean, like, it gets to a particular point where I have to just be like, Trump supporters, like, this is your fucking mans. Like, this is who you fucking voted for, proudly. Like, 3 times in a fucking row. A dude who just, like, barely understands the basic sort of, like, I don't know, like, physics. Like, Newton's third law. You know, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Like, he doesn't even fucking get that stuff. But you guys will still vote for him anyways. Like, it's just fucking, it's fucking very silly, man. It's very silly.
Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, we did that.
Let's take it one bit at a time. The Hormuz Strait is open and will remain open, with or without Iran. We are reinstating the Iranian blockade, so named because it is only stopping Iran ships or customers from entering or leaving.
No evidence of that, by the way.
Trump's been saying the strait is open, and he's still saying it, except also it's not. The reason he's announcing the blockade is because he can't secure the strait. It's literally that simple. He goes on, quote, all other countries...
And again, like, they keep saying, like, we're going to secure the strait, we're going to secure the strait. Like, how are you going to secure the strait? I've never heard of, like, Trump or any of his, like, apparatchiks ever outline how they're going to do that. Like, how? How would you accomplish that goal? Like, that's, like, the only question that I have for most of these, like, extremely dim-witted motherfuckers. It's like, okay, you're saying that you're gonna secure the Strait of Hormuz. How? With, like, a permanently occupying force? Is there always gonna be ships in the middle of the strait? Just, like, kind of chilling there? While the Iranians, like, constantly fire puck shots at them? Like, what are we doing here? Like, unironically, like, what is the strategy? Of course, I'm saying all of this rather rhetorically. There is no strategy here. It's always been the point to not have any fucking strategy here. It's, let's just say the president has made that very, very clear at this point.
Countries will have fair and open use of the strait. The USA will be, from this point forward, known as the guardian of the Hormuz Strait. But as such, and as a matter of fairness, will be reimbursed at the rate of 20% on all cargo shipped. The strait is open, except for the blockade.
So, okay, like, he's gonna implement a toll on the Strait of Hormuz because, and we know why he wants to implement the toll on the Strait of Hormuz, which, by the way, is a restriction on navigation within the strait. But whatever, like, idiot, doesn't matter. The irony will never be fucking lost on Trump supporters or Trump himself. How is he exactly going to implement all of this? And why is he want a part of the fucking share of a toll on the Strait of Hormuz? It's because when the Iranians were saying that they were going to do tolls on the Strait of Hormuz in order to help reimburse themselves for the damage that was caused by both the Israelis and the Americans, they were initially saying, like, yeah, we're gonna implement a toll in order to make a bunch of money in order to, well, fix our fucking country that got bombed and rebuild, which sounds pretty reasonable to me, guys. I don't really know. I don't know, guys. Sounds normal. Sounds like something that any country would want to do if they had something like the Strait of Hormuz on their side. Wanting to take advantage of a strategic waterway in order to make a bunch of money for repairs for a country that just bombed them illegally, you know, makes a lot of sense. Trump basically thought that, wait, the Iranians are corrupt like me, maybe I can make a deal with them based off of that. But it turns out they're not as corrupt as Trump is, in, like, the cartoonish way that he's fucking corrupt. And that's what he's fucking pissed about. He's just mad about the fact that he couldn't get a cut in a fucking deal. That's literally it.
And the 20% fee on all cargo. He wants it to read like he's a gangster, but it's coming off weak and pathetic. He wants to collect protection money from a waterway he can't control, from countries he failed to protect with air defense. So much so that they're turning to Ukraine for help. You know, the country he famously said didn't have the cards, while Trump doesn't even have a strait. This is...
That's good. Okay, that's a good one.
Isn't a plan to control the strait. It's not tough guy rhetoric. It's a cry for help. It's him lashing out and threatening shipping in hopes that Europe comes in and saves him and the U.S. again.
Which, again, he's been trying to clamor for help from the Europeans during that NATO summit. Yeah, they're not coming to help. Because why should they? It's just like, dog, literally learn how to clean up your own messes and messes that Israel fucking causes, okay? You're an adult. You can fucking do it, Trump, blah, 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 blah. But they have to, like, coddle this fucking child in order to try to make him reconcile with the fact that he's the one who caused all of this.
Hoping that the claim that he'll charge this fee will prompt Europe to act. But the world knows his claim is as fictional as his deal-making abilities. Trump has also informed Congress that the war is back on, and he says that restarts the clock on the War Powers Act. This is a horrible precedent to allow to be set. Trump's forever war is out of control.
Which, by the way, Congress has to do something to rein him in and say, like, no, we've officially passed a War Powers resolution saying for you to stop. You period, end of story, fucking stop. That's what Congress should be doing and trying to advocate for at this fucking moment. But are they going to? No, because again, one solid half, I suppose, of Congress has decided to completely abdicate its fucking responsibility.
Remember, as the midterms approach, all the embarrassment of Trump's failure and all of the additional inflation could have been avoided if Republicans in Congress simply did what the Constitution required and curtailed his behavior.
What's the Constitution?
Anyway,
I don't know what that is.
It's just a thought. Y'all have a good day.
But yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious and very clear at this point in time. Trump is just absolutely not interested in ending this fucking war. Yeah, I know, shocker. Who would have thought? Oh man, Daho's saying the same thing constantly every single time with his Iran war sort of takes and whatnot. I mean, like, what's a guy supposed to say otherwise besides just like, whoa, the pedophile, avaricious, dumb fucking president is not interested in ending the war that he started for literally no fucking reason, all because Israel was just like, hey buddy, you wanna do a little war? You wanna do a little war? And that's like literally the main reason why we find ourselves at this current fucking juncture. So I mean, it's one of those things where it's just like, okay, man, like, great, fantastic, very cool. I'm definitely not annoyed about the fact that there's going to more than likely be an economic recession and everything's just going to get worse in terms of the economic situation across the world because of some dumb fucking pedophile who's currently in power right now, who's just making literally everything worse for everyone across the world. For what reason exactly? Oh, all because Benjamin Netanyahu was just like, well, you know what? Maybe I will do this war. Because Bibi told me, he gave me a nice, lovely presentation, and he called me a very good boy, and I was very happy about being called a very, very good boy, folks. So he decided to follow through with this, like, dumb idiot war. For what exactly? Meh, just because he felt like he could. It's stupid, it's annoying, and it should just piss you off, because if there's one thing for certain is that this is definitely fucking pissing me off, because it's just like, this could have been all avoided if it just, I don't know, like, you just reined in Israel or decided to fucking cut them off from all arms. But that's never going to fucking happen, given the current, shall we say, conditions, politically speaking, for the United States of America. It's just, it's irritating, it's annoying, and it's really just not very surprising to me whatsoever. This is the current fucking juncture that we find ourselves under, but whatever, all the dumb fucking pedophiles that exist and, well, sycophantic morons that exist around the president are doing literally everything possible in order to just be like, well, you know what? YOLO, we're just going to do more and more wars for what exactly? Meh, just because we feel like we can, and it's going to accomplish nothing, and it will continue to accomplish nothing for as long as this dumbass is just remaining in fucking power. It's annoying, it's extremely frustrating, and like anyone else, like any fucking normal person, you too should also be extremely frustrated by the, well, idiocy of the current president of the United States in terms of his actions within Iran. And yeah, like you're saying, Boy Meets Minnie, it is just a pander to a shrinking base that's mostly just a bunch of dumb fucking boomers. Because that's like literally the only people who Trump appeals to now. It's just nothing but a bunch of fucking boomers. But yeah, don't think there's really much else to say besides, guys, this war is not going to end anytime soon. I've lost the youths, folks. They don't think I'm cool or epic swag anymore, folks. They think I'm a loser. What am I to do? The young people think I'm a fucking loser. Well, you know what? Fuck you. I also think you're a bunch of losers who can't get jobs. Let me tell you, folks. Get a job. Trump would say something like that, by the way. One thing that I've not checked in a while, it's the dogs.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Yeah, I do a little trolling, it's true. Waff? Waff? They don't need sustenance or anything. I will shock all of the dog's collars. I'll do it. I will activate all of my dog shock collars that I have secretly on all of the waffs who simply exist for one purpose and one purpose only, and that is to create power slugs for me. Of which they have not produced many of, which means I must activate my disciplinary shock collars, saying, "Give me more slugs, you sons of bitches." There's a plastic thingy in my sock. How the fuck were you still stuck in there, you little idiot? I never noticed. Fuck you. Much better. Extraction upgrades. I can eventually double the amount of water extracting levels. And they can do 240 each? Very interesting. Oh, that's right, you have no power. For now. I wish there was a way I could automatically, with those doggo loot collectors, essentially just automatically get all their items out, but there is no way to do that. So we're just kind of stuck with them. Like that. It's kind of annoying. Although there is a mod that can take care of that for us eventually. Eventually. Because we're going to build the doggo daycare. We're going to make a beautiful daycare, folks. It's going to be lovely. It's going to be great, folks. But it's going to happen eventually. Eventually. Very cool. Alright, you. We got more segments that I could talk about. Okay, I thought I had a sneeze coming, but I was baited. I got you baited. Got you baited by a sneeze. Oh well. Anywho, what do we have here? Guys, did you know that ICE is still evil and still murdering people across the United States of America? No. Oh my god, the Gestapo is bad, Daho? Is that what you're telling me? Yes. I am saying the Gestapo is bad. Posts Giga Chad here or some shit. Whatever. Yeah, it turns out that the actions of ICE have now led to the murder of another immigrant worker within the United States of America. Now, obviously, they have done this before. We have no idea exactly how many immigrants have died in, say, ICE custody because of the terrible conditions within those jails and whatnot. But this one was particularly egregious. And it's only going to keep happening more and more because of the stated goal of ICE. It's a stated fucking purpose, and that is to essentially immiserate the lives of, well, immigrants within the United States of America. For what reason exactly? Meh, because they're evil? Yeah, because they're fucking evil. It should really go without saying. And with Mark Wayne Mullen at the head, instead of, like, I don't know, the roving band of, like, very loud, like, fascists and Nazis, like what has essentially been initially proposed by Stephen Miller, because Stephen Miller, I guess, has a little bit of better understanding of the optics of the fucking situation in comparison to that of, rather Mark Wayne Mullen has a little bit of a better understanding of the optics of the fucking situation in comparison to that of Stephen Miller, who is just like a whiny, raving lunatic. Whereas with Mark Wayne Mullen, he is also a whiny, raving fucking lunatic, but at the very least, he has a bit of a better understanding of the optics of ICE and that it is in the complete shitter. So, guess what? The murdering of random immigrants is going to keep happening within the United States of America, and illegal detainings and attempts to try to deport these people. That's still going to be happening, but guys, we have to be a little bit more hush-hush about it, because it turns out people don't actually like the actions of ICE and whatnot, which is, again, abolishing ICE is a popular position amongst fucking Democrats. Very popular position, but of course none of the national Democrats are going to ever take that up as a cause because they're fucking cowards, cuck the Capitol, blah, 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 blah. Anywho, ICE with another kill on... I forget the name of the guy because I'm really bad with names, but basically it was a Mexican immigrant who lived and worked within the United States, providing for his family for 35 years, and was I believe, an undocumented immigrant or an illegal migrant, who, again, probably because of how shitty the United States is in terms of its funding of its immigration courts, was still not able to get any of the necessary but the necessary work done in order to become a fucking citizen of the United States of America. But do conservatives care about that? No, of course not, because the point of conservatism is just death and destruction. One, Sebastian Guerrero. Thank you, Boy Meets Minnie. You know how fucking terrible I am with names. Yes, but Juan Sebastian Guerrero is the newest victim of ICE's, well, frankly, just criminal illegal actions. What do we got here?
Salgado Araujo is the name of the man who was killed by ICE.
Oh, wait, no, that's, I think, someone else there, Boy Meets Minnie. It's someone else, I believe, that was described here by the majority report.
Lorenzo Salgado Araujo is the name of the man.
Lorenzo Salgado Araujo. That's who it is. I think you're talking about the more recent person that got killed by ICE. Or no, was it someone else? There's a lot of people that get killed by ICE, okay? There's a lot.
Man who was killed by ICE in Texas on Tuesday. And it's not going to get as much attention as it should because He was a Mexican man. But he'd been living in the United States for 35 years. 52-year-old father of 3. On Tuesday morning, he was picking up members of other members of his crew in Houston's East End area, which is a historically Mexican community. So ICE was just like rolling through there, basically. He was picking up members of his crew around 7 in the morning and was heading north to do some construction work. And ICE rolls through in unmarked cars, which is important to note because his son talks about this, but he thought he was getting robbed. Or he could have been. Who knows? And ICE is...
And this is quite literally the problem with having all of these unmarked fucking vehicles. Again, if you want people to be able to have trust in law enforcement, you can't be parading around as masked fucking freaks pretending to be Gestapo because, again, like we talked about within the attempted occupations within Chicago and Minneapolis and whatnot, but there were a lot of instances of kidnapping and robbings going up significantly because of people being disguised as ICE officers, which was something that was very, very fucking common during a lot of these militarized occupations within all of these blue cities. For what? Well, what reason exactly? Oh, because Trump is like a bunch. Because Trump is an idiot fucking macho man, and he thinks that like all the ICE officers are suffering like some from like a mass fucking doxing campaign, when in reality, like, it's important for these guys to be easily identifiable because it's not like they're doing any like top secret work or whatever. Like, these guys are essentially like no different than a bunch of fucking beat cops doing a beat. So it's just like, you need to be able to easily identify them so then people can just like, you know, talk with them, have trust in order to be able to do that. But we're dealing with Trump here in the Trump administration. People who are like against the concept of trust and truth as an idea. So again, like, no one's gonna trust any fucking officer or any mass dude because it's just like, well, what if it's La Migra who's gonna try to like randomly kill me or something? Like, fuck these guys, right? Like, I'm not gonna interact with these guys, even though they could be doing some actual legitimate fucking police work. And that's the problem with having these guys run around as like masked fucking vigilantes. It makes it such that everyone else is going to be less safe in terms of, the actions that police have to do in order to help enforce the law and all this fucking bullshit. Blah, 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 blah. It's just bad. Because even the FBI themselves has said, like, yeah, we need to not be running around all masked up and shit. Like, because it's just not... It's not working, guys. This is just not effective. But whatever. The ICE Gestapo freaks don't give a fuck about that. Neither Stephen Miller and, like, Mark Wayne Mullen because, well, they just hate brown people.
Constantly lying publicly about these killings. Shocker, once again, they're claiming that this father tried to run them over instead of just trying to potentially evade the unmarked car that's trying to cut him off. And we have some
unmarked
footage
SUVs,
of it.
the idea that that's evading arrest is fucking ludicrous.
And the Washington Post, which has this video here we'll play in a second, but they also spoke to a witness who said that they heard him gurgling and shouting in Spanish, "They're killing me." And his son, who we'll also hear from in this clip, found out that he was killed by ICE by recognizing his father's scream. Here is a Washington Post.
That's not going to be traumatic for that for the kid at all whatsoever. Bro hears his father screaming, and that's how he recognizes how he's getting killed by ICE. That's really cool and epic that that's happening.
Report of showing protesters that have gathered after the fatal shooting, and also a little bit of his son speaking to the press.
People are here to work. Families are dying. People are dying. What are they doing? Murdering innocent Mexican people. They come to work. You come here to work. So what if they don't got papers? So what?
This is footage of the traffic stop.
By the way, a lot of the reasons for as to why they generally speaking don't have papers is, again, the fault of the U.S.'s fucking system, and again, the fault of the Republican Party. The Republican Party are the main sort of catalyst and party who do not provide the necessary funding needed for a lot of these immigration courts. So they allow all of these like illegal migrants in, so then the corporations can exploit them for cheap labor, but will do basically everything possible in order to back up the immigration courts as much as they can. So they, guess what? Oh, so they can have a fucking political talking point, because again, for these people, instead of actually having any meaningful policy, because they know that they would lose on the merits of that, instead of having a policy debate, they'd rather have their dumb fucking culture war bullshit, because, again, we are specifically talking about the fucking Republicans here. And conservatives. If conservatives can do basically everything possible to not engage in the subject of a... or rather, not engage in the subject, but engage in the substance of a subject, they will just not engage in it as long as they can, because they know that they basically have absolutely nothing to go off of.
What happened though, my father was being followed by 2 unmarked cars. Had my father seen an emblem of ICE or an emblem that says anything about law enforcement agency, my father would have complied. He drove fast because he feared that someone would take his tools. One of his worst fears is that someone took away his work tools, because that's the tools of the van as well, because that is how he made his livelihood. That's how he raised us, that's how he fed us for the last 35, 40 years of his life.
He was in the process of obtaining legal status. That's what his family said.
Of course.
Say it loud, say it clear, immigrants are welcome here! Say it loud, say it clear, immigrants are welcome here!
And that was from yesterday. The protests have gotten a lot larger since that point. I just also wanted, there was a really good piece in the Bulwark about Lorenzo, and they spoke to one of his sons, the son, Ronaldo there, who spoke at that press conference. At that press conference, he described his desperate scramble to find out information about what happened to his father. When he first heard about an interaction with ICE, the reports were conflicting. He hoped his father had simply been detained, so his first plan had been to find his father's white work van and deliver it to his crew so that they might be able to finish work and get paid. As time went on, Ronaldo remained in the dark. He did not learn about his father's final moments from a hospital or law enforcement. Instead, confirmation of his death came in the cruel form of videos on social media. I recognize...
Yo, epic, dude. Yo, that's the best way to learn of your fucking father getting murdered, by watching some random fucking video by probably a conservative gloating about the fact that, look at ICE killing this fucking Mexican, this funny dude. Is just like, okay, bro, like, that's fucking awesome, dude. That's so fucking epic that this is the current, like, conditions that we find ourselves under. Yeah, that's true, boy meets me. Hey, you know, get your fucking keys out, start jingling your fucking keys, you know, just get that shit, start jingling them. Whatever happened to family values, conservatives? Well, what happened? What happened? It's almost as if it's very convenient to fucking throw that shit out whenever they can, because in reality, they don't care about fucking family values. They only care about fucking white people, dude.
Him immediately, not from his appearance, but from his voice crying in the street as he was bleeding out, Ronaldo said through tears. Standing there honoring his father at the press conference this morning, Ronaldo demonstrated why he and his brothers were their dad's pride and joy. They had become educated. Ronaldo, 29, graduated from the University of Houston. Lorenzo Jr., 27, from Tufts University, and their youngest brother is in college now. Ronaldo said he wants his father to be remembered as a fan of the Mexican national team and of Guadalajara Chivas, as a man who sat on his porch every evening after work petting his dog and looking out in satisfaction at the life he'd built in this country. There's a photo of him and his family. I don't care that he didn't have legal status here. This is an American, just like any of us. He should
have got documentation a long time ago.
It's criminal that he didn't get documentation. Like, this is what we need to be reorienting this conversation.
Hey, Democrats, how about instead of you, like, I don't know, going alongside with all the, like, schizophrenia from the Republican Party, you know, you do your actual fucking jobs in being the party that's supposed to care about immigrants. But, you know, as we all know, the Democrats, like the Republicans, if they can use immigrants as a fucking political football, oh, they will. They no standards, no principles from any of these fucking freaks.
Towards, like, how have both political parties so thoroughly failed so many people in our communities by allowing them to languish in the sub-citizen status and not giving anybody a meaningful way to pass to become citizens here?
Because they hate you. I'm saying this all rhetorically. I think Emma does recognize that in reality, yeah, they do fucking hate you. Because that's what it is. They just fucking hate you. Yeah, they just fucking hate you.
That is the infrastructure that has led to his death. And here is a local news report that has additional footage released in the moments that led up to his killing by ICE. Let's start just at the beginning.
Tonight, the Houston community held a vigil for Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, who was shot and killed by an ICE agent yesterday morning. Meanwhile, tonight we have obtained new videos showing different angles of the arrest, which led to Araujo's death. First, this surveillance video is from a nearby business. You can see the van Araujo is driving turn onto the street where the shooting happened. Two dark SUVs appear behind the van. One passes it, and the other stays behind. Moments later, the van makes a U-turn and pulls to the side of the road. Well, here's an angle from the opposite end of the road.
Again, and the ICE officers can make the claim that, oh, well, he was trying to resist arrest. He was trying to run away. It's like, yeah, because you're, like, two random unmarked vehicles. You're just two random fucking jabronis. Bro doesn't know that you're ICE. He doesn't fucking know that. He doesn't have that information. It could just be like random bros who are just looking to take his van or something. It could be like, I don't know, like robbers or something. He doesn't fucking know. He doesn't have that information. You don't have any fucking markers on any of your vehicles. Because again, that's on purpose. It's been made very, very clear that's always been on purpose with ICE. Because again, these guys are a bunch of fucking freaks.
Where the shooting took place. If you look closely through the trees, you can see the white van followed closely by the unmarked ICE vehicle. As you see there, crossing traffic blocks the view for a moment. Then an unmarked ICE vehicle appears to cut the van off, and both vehicles veer off to the side of the road. The white van then goes in reverse, then forward, where it pulled over a few houses away. Then the ICE vehicle does a 3-point turn and follows the van. Again, at some point during that video, ICE says that Araujo rammed an ICE vehicle and tried to run an agent over. Those two actions are not clearly visible.
That seems to be like the constant excuse that are made by these like fucking freaks, saying like, like literally all these immigrants just want to see our ICE officers dead. They just want to fucking kill them. It's just like, really? Like, do you guys ever provide any evidence for this whatsoever? Like, at all? They don't. And even if they were to provide any evidence, it would make them only look worse. So it's just like, okay, dude, so I'm just going to operate under the assumption that you guys are always going to be lying about this at every fucking juncture? Yeah, I'm going to do that instead.
Visible on camera, which is why many lawmakers and advocates are calling for a release of the agent's body cam footage. And this last video that we have shows the aftermath of this interaction, with ICE agents pinning Araujo to the ground after they shot.
From what I understand, and this is very convenient from the ICE officers, surely something that's never happened before, he had his body camera off. Yeah, very, very convenient to not have your fucking body camera on when you're like helping to perpetrate a fucking crime.
Him. We want to warn you, it is hard to watch. This was taken by a woman driving by the scene shortly after the shooting. You can see Araujo being held down by agents and other men getting arrested in the background. At a press conference.
There you go. So that's the footage that we have available to us. It's quite convenient that there is not visible evidence of him ramming into the ICE officers before they killed him. I mean, they were patrolling a historically Mexican neighborhood in Houston, rolling up on people and trying to see if they can keep up with the numbers that are required of them now under Mark Wayne.
And by the way, Mark Wayne Mullen was also forced to testify recently in front of Congress about this exact incident. He lied. He lied. He could not justify the ICE actions, the actions that the ICE officers basically took here against Araujo over here, or against Lorenzo. So, you know, should we really be surprised with this at all, guys? Should we be surprised with this? That the freaks within the Trump administration couldn't justify their fucking actions yet again? I, for one, am not.
Mullen's Department of Homeland Security, which is a little bit, in terms of the detentions, less ambitious than when Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller were high on their own supply. But they're doing it very similarly. It's just more quietly. This ICE Gestapo.
Like, dude, it's so fucking bad that even Joe Scarborough came out to have, like, a scathing critique of the actions of ICE. Bro, Joe fucking Scarborough was saying, like, dude, when is enough is enough? You guys are not going to get what you want. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Like, what is wrong with you guys? And it's just like, damn, I'm agreeing with Joe fucking Scarborough, who's just like this toxic fucking dumbass meathead, and who's just like, I don't know, like a shitty former fucking Republican jabroni who's now like a Democrat. It's just like, okay, bro, like, Jesus Christ. Because it is fucking ridiculous. It's blatant and very clear what the actions of the Trump administration are supposed to be doing here. And, I mean, they constantly do this with, like, all the memes that they fucking post, saying, like, ha ha ha, 100 million, guys, 100 million population, that's basically the goal of all this. It's just like, oh, okay, so you just want to do the, like, weird fucking fascist LARP bullshit all the time. It's like, okay, bro, nice meme.
That is terrorizing communities. And so this is still ongoing, even though I think that they're trying to do better PR about it and realize that, yeah, the Minneapolis stuff wasn't really the best look, so maybe we'll just do this a little bit more in quiet.
There's a phrase in cybernetics, the purpose of a system is what it does, and ICE keeps killing people. And also, to go back to why this guy lived here for so long and didn't have papers and was only in the process of getting the papers, it's because both parties, like that, people are kept in this vulnerable state. And this vulnerable state led to the state killing this guy, murdering him. They're murderers.
True.
Yeah, and when you're in this state as well, you're also more easily exploitable in terms of your labor. and that is the dirty secret about this.
I mean, how much lifetime taxes did he pay?
Exactly. And
for programs that he's not going to be able to avail on because he doesn't have documentation. And this is the standard, actually, more than the whole leech system that the Nazis that think we need to solve any of this through harder immigration controls point out.
Immigrants pay into our Medicare and our Social Security. Immigrants who aren't eligible to access it, and we benefit from that. And they don't get the benefits, as you're saying that. And when we're also looking at like broken windows policing and racial profiling in these instances, you know, going through these poorer neighborhoods and rolling up on anybody that might look Mexican is what police departments have been doing for years and years to communities of color, and putting them into...
I mean, unironically, that was the original purpose of the police within the United States of America. They were meant to catch slaves that were escaped. They were originally fucking slave patrols, and now they're the current fucking departments of fucking police within the United States of America. Also honorably serving the United States in another form of fucking, shall we say, slave catching, for lack of a better term.
To these amorphous gang databases so that they can charge them with other crimes and in the future. It's all of this is connected, essentially, and the militarization of our police since the creation of the Department of Homeland Security, since the Iraq War as well, and all of that excess equipment that was sent to local police departments is the same system that created ICE. And so...
By the way, this is quite unironically what the point of defund the police also was as well. It is the idea that, hey, maybe instead of spending all of this money on policing immigrant fucking communities and people, generally speaking, people who have like not really done much of anything in order to deserve their over-policing, how about instead we reallocate those resources in order to, I don't know, have material conditions be improved for people on the ground, so then we don't need as much police or something. But that's not really a solution to a problem that America is interested in. They prefer to have their, I don't know, fucking cop LARP shows and all this, like, idiotic fucking bullshit instead, because we're dealing with some fucking dumbasses or something. Like, it's like, nice meme, dude. Yeah, that's true. You know what? I do need another ball. I need more ballrooms. I need to look beautiful on camera at all times for my butt buddy, like Jeffrey Epstein. I love Jeffrey, folks. He's my favorite guy.
Whether it's federal Gestapo going through the streets and harassing Mexican people, or it's local racist policing departments that have way too much latitude and a lot of goodies that they want to test out on poorer communities, we have to be able to say no to the police state and challenge that aggressively.
Over the coming weeks, it's important to get the phrase in people's head that Lorenzo Soldado Arroyo was murdered by the state.
Yep. Exactly right.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our...
And that's something that needs to be constantly reiterated over and over again. Yeah, he was murdered by the state. This is, I think, like the 10th individual that ICE has just randomly murdered on the fucking streets, as well as the unnamed dozens, perhaps even hundreds of people who have died within ICE custody. Again, ICE custody is not particularly great, and the people who have died in there, that information is never, ever going to be revealed by the Trump administration, because it would make them look really, really fucking bad. And, you know, speaking of Lorenzo over here, we now have a second individual, or I don't remember what his name is. I think his name is over here. It was in Biddeford, Maine, who was a 26-year-old Colombian man. Was that one Sebastian Guerrero, Boy Meets Mini? I believe that is who it is, right? In Biddeford, Maine, the shooting of the of him, where the ICE officers unironically just open up his fucking vehicle because I guess they thought that he wasn't complying or something. Highly fucking doubt that, because again, this is a standard pattern of behavior here from ICE. They love to consistently fucking lie. And by the way, if he knew his fucking rights, and in terms of the fucking Constitution, you could just be like, no, I have my rights. You can like literally fuck off. But of course, unfortunately, none of that gets fucking taught properly within the United States of America, almost kind of on purpose. And the dude literally got killed in front of his like 3-year-old daughter. 3-year-old daughter, he gets killed in front of her, and it's just like, okay, bro, like, nice fucking meme. Like, unironically, they drag him out and fucking handcuff him, and then after they already fucking shot the dude, it's just like, dude, you already shot him. Why the fuck are you fucking handcuffing him? Because again, these are not people who have been properly fucking trained in terms of their sort of like police training that they need. These guys are charlatans. They are a bunch of freaks who have been given basically state immunity to just act with sheer fucking impunity. At the very least, with, say, in terms of the Supreme Court, in terms of like the schizophrenic nonsense that the administration has essentially come up with in order to justify the actions that these freaks, generally speaking, take. So it's just like, dog, like, what the fuck is going on here, man? Like, unironically, what is happening here? Like, these people are a bunch of domestic terrorists who have the approval of the state to just act with sheer fucking impunity. It's monstrous. It is unironically fucking monstrous. But then again, like, none of these people fucking care. But yeah, this is, again, a victim of the ICE shooting in Biddeford, Maine. 26-year-old Colombian man. He had work authorization and a social security number, which means he was a fucking American citizen, man. He was an American citizen. This is the third instance of a fucking American citizen getting randomly shot on the street here by ICE. And this is the byproduct of the Supreme Court essentially saying, like, oh, ICE, if you want to just do a bunch of racial profiling, go for it, man. Let's fucking go. Racial profiling is back within the United States of America, and it's being done by a collection of the most stupid fucking like freaks on the fucking goddamn planet. That being, all the like weird far right 3%er fucking racist ass dipshits that is currently in employment by the Trump administration in order to do their quote unquote enforcement actions. We really shouldn't be surprised by any of these fucking actions whatsoever by these freaks known as fucking ICE. If they can just like randomly fucking shoot people who are fucking innocent, they'll fucking do it. They don't give a fuck. Yeah, it's been made extremely, extremely clear by the actions of these unironic fucking terrorists. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? Oh, another day, another fucking individual who got killed by fucking ICE, who was literally just going to work, working to improve the lives of Americans and America, who got shot and killed for what reason exactly? Oh, all because of the dumbass, racist, pedophile president that's currently in power right now. Very cool. We're making America great again by randomly just shooting a bunch of parents who are looking to make new lives for themselves in America, just like my family did. But I don't want anyone else to be able to make that fucking life. Very, very cool. Yeah, that's true. Clearly, he was doing demographic replacement by, I don't know, being there for 35 years or some shit. Boy meets Minnie. That's true. That's true. But yeah, I don't think there's like really much else to say besides fuck ICE. They should be abolished. Fuck this dumbass quote unquote institution. I can't believe that he was doing demographic replacement within the United States of America. Boy meets Minnie. I can't believe it. Grr! I'm a far-right dumbass, and I am very, very upset about this clear instance of demographic replacement. Grr! Grr! I sure do dislike demographic replacement. Something that is definitely happening very, very commonly within the United States of America. The initial guy was not a citizen, but the second guy was. You have to be a citizen to get a social security number in the United States of America. No, to have an SSN, you have to have you have to be a citizen. If you have a social security number, that means you get social security, which means you're a citizen. Like for example, our version of this in Canada is called the social insurance number for the SIN. Undocumented immigrants do not have the ability to get a SIN. So you have to be a citizen in order to have a SIN. I am a citizen, I have a SIN. Blah, 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 blah. You know. Normal shit. Cool. I love building pipes. The SSN is for tracking, though? No? No. What? Tracking what? I have read this regulation 20 CFR. What the fuck is this? We can assign you a social security number if you meet the evidence requirements and you are 1, a United States citizen, or an alien lawfully admitted to the United States for permanent residence or under other authority of law permitting you to work in the United States. Hey, question, Equirel. Do you have the evidence for that? How do you know this? What evidence for what? That the second guy who got shot by ICE within Maine, that he's a lawful fucking alien allowed to work within the United States of America. All I said was SSN and fucking work permit doesn't mean citizenship. Guess what social security number does? What Boy Meets Mini should literally, again, Boy Meets Mini knows this because he had to go through the entirety of the fucking process. I do not think Equirel lives in America. Are we just gonna engage in, like, semantics and pedantry? I'm very uninterested in engaging in fucking pedantry. I'm gonna be a pedant. I love pedantry. It's like, okay, dude. Nah, not at all. I just want to... I just find the framing to sound a certain way. What does that even mean? What does that mean? Actually, you know what? I'm curious now. Biddeford, Maine. I'm curious. say anything about this guy being a citizen. Well, so far I'm mostly seeing that it's a Colombian national. Embassy said it has requested information clarification from DHS regarding the circumstances of this lamentable death. I will continue to follow the case closely as the investigation progresses. Okay. Killed 26-year-old Colombian authorized to work in the United States. Okay. Protests, blah, blah, blah. Don't care about that. Not seeing anything about him being a citizen. Okay, he's not a citizen. Whatever. I don't really give a shit. Yeah, I don't care. I'm gonna be so for real, I do not really care. I could give less of a flying fuck. Whether he was a citizen or a Colombian national or a fucking non-citizen, it doesn't matter. He still got shot for literally no fucking reason. Like, what did this 26-year-old do in order to justify getting dragged out of his car and shot by a bunch of Gestapo little freaks? Like, what, did he not do the song and dance that they wanted him to do? Did he not play Simon Says effectively enough? Like, okay, bro. Nice meme. I don't really care. There is no reason at all to ever treat ICE in good faith. They consistently lie. They consistently twist narratives in order to satiate their own sort of like political ends. It doesn't matter. Who cares? Dagon, ironically. We can do the annoying pedantic thing for the rest of eternity, but I don't care. Like I said, I don't think he should have been shot, but I think it's important to frame things properly because both sides misframe things and emotional judgments come in quick based on them. I don't care about that, to be honest. I'm gonna be honest here, Equiral. There is one side who will consistently act way more fucking emotional, and that is the fucking right. Everything that they base off of their positions is completely fucking emotional. 1,000 fucking %. That's just a fact. Like, I don't know. We could do the whole, like, annoying pedantry for the rest of eternity. I'm extremely fucking uninterested in that because it just doesn't accomplish anything. It's not productive. Period. End of story. But like, it doesn't really fucking matter. People are going to be emotional about this whether you fucking like it or not. Liberal, leftist, and conservative. It doesn't matter because it's bad what ICE did. Period. End of story. And it doesn't matter if they're a citizen. It doesn't matter if they're a foreign national. It doesn't matter. They went up to a guy, dragged him out of his car in front of his fucking 3-year-old kid, and fucking shot him. Just wanted to ask if he was a citizen for clarification. Sure. Boy Meets Smitty with the ban. I don't know if you should abandon Boy Meets Smitty. I mean, the dude was not going to pursue it anymore. It's like, whatever. You give no fucks. I mean, like, honestly, it's whatever. I don't really care, to be honest. But, I mean, I don't think you should have probably banned him. I don't think so. That's not what I wanted. Okay, Alan Ben, I did report though. Well, not much I can do about that. It's stupid though, having to justify someone's existence on a piece of paper from the state. Oh, I'm all too aware about that, Boy Meets Minute. It is ridiculous. Blah, 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 blah. The state is bad. Yada, yada, yada. But, you know, like, the whatever. We must be fair in terms of how we treat people, of course. Blah, 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 blah. The fuck is Army Hammer? Is that the dude who has all those weird allegations against him or something? I don't know who that is. They named him Army Hammer? What kind of fucking dumbass name is that? I attached the wrong thing to this. There we go. It's another row done. Alright, I just want to finish up rebuilding this fucking power plant. Then we'll continue with our, the rest of our stuff here. Get some water as well. Yeah, Aquarial, you're listen, I'm just gonna say this, you're on thin ice, buddy. No, chimping out, it does Yes, chimping out is inherently fucking racist. Yes, and unfortunately, chimping out is fucking racist. It's based off of calling black people chimps. Like unironically, yes, it is. That's where the basis of it is, right? That's where it came from. There's history about this. Nobody's Indian. I'm running out of concrete. I need to go get more concrete. Son of a bitch. Place that in the middle. Okay. Alright, am I gonna have to fucking close the discussion on this? Because it's like, you two are probably just gonna go around in circles, round and around and around, and it's just gonna get fucking annoying. You can mute people on Twitch? I didn't know that. Huh, interesting. It's like Discord then in that particular respect. I see. Interesting. Interesting. I did not know that. Grab this shit, put that there. Alright, we'll finish that up relatively soon. And then I'll grab water, take a quick bathroom break, and then we'll continue with the topics, the rest of the topics du jour. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, just move on from this. The first guy was someone in Texas. That guy was an undocumented immigrant who got shot by ICE. Still obviously unjustified. Even though the dude spent 35 years in America, working in America to provide for his family, blah, 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 blah. Still obviously it's unjustified. Why did he get shot? I don't know, because of like a bunch of random jabronis in 2 cars just like following him. It's like, okay, bro, like, nice meme. Exact same thing happened with the guy in Maine as well. 2 random jabronis in some fucking unmarked cars following him, and they just shot him. It's like, okay, bro, like, nice meme. Same shit, different fucking place. All the same illegal action. No. No, they were just patrolling around in some Latino part of the neighborhood, and they basically were just like, we need to get a guy. There's a guy, get him. That's like literally it. Many such cases. Mark Wayne Mullen himself also admitted that they got the wrong guy, as well, in testimony that he had when he was talking about this. They themselves were also just like, yeah, we went after the wrong dude. So it's just like, oh, okay, nice meme. You just killed the guy for literally no reason. In every way possible that Mark Wayne Mullen, DHS, and ICE could be wrong, they were just wrong. Like, just wrong. They were wrong, folks. They probably won't. Because the criminal justice system within the United States is basically dead. Like, it's non-existent. So, they're probably going to be getting away with it. That should not be there. Yeah, they're probably getting away with it. I don't want you doing that. There we go. It's not a matter about if they are illegal or illegal fucking migrants. The problem with ICE is that they don't give a shit about who they are going after. If they have brown skin, they will go after them. That's the issue. They don't check, because the Supreme Court has essentially said, if they are brown, you can go after them. That's the problem. They don't check that shit. They never even were going to check that shit to begin with. No, I would not be pro-ICE. Because they were always going to randomly kill. It's inherent with the organization. They were always going to kill. Like, there's literally a documentary, I think, with these freaks where they were just like, I think it was like a Vice interview where they were constantly talking about like, man, Joe Biden's not letting us do anything, not letting us be freaks off the fucking leash. We just want to like go out there and just like go after a bunch of migrant communities. Like, that's literally it. The institution in and of itself is fundamentally rotten to the core. It's, again, an advent from the Bush administration as a byproduct of war on terror. Basically an excuse for the federal government to terrorize migrants. And certainly the Republicans are going to love doing that, and the Democrats are going to be not really giving a shit about that. Because in reality, both parties are okay with this current status quo, because it allows the migrants to get more easily fucking exploited. Because they can just call ICE on people. Normal legal migrants shouldn't be hurt in the process. Just respect the law. Shoot only in actual self-defense. Well, that's the problem with ICE. They're not actually properly trained. And as far as we can tell, they have definitely abandoned all training fucking protocols. There has been multiple reports about the training manuals that ICE basically has, and how they constantly don't even follow standard fucking police protocol. So yeah, it's a fundamentally rotten institution. Like, they don't give a shit. And I mean, yeah, they've literally also killed like American-born citizens. Fundamentally speaking, it is a rotten institution that should be fucking abolished. It's over for ICE. Like, they should not be allowed to exist. They have made it very, very clear that they are not interested in operating within the fucking public good. So as far as I'm concerned, they should be done away with. Just get rid of them. Get rid of them. They shouldn't. They don't deserve to exist. Alright, now to get some concrete, finish the build. And then turn everything back on. Then eventually build a bunch of solar, not solar panels, but a bunch of wind turbines and probably some of these new things. These new fangled steam turbines I have. Are there any stats about what is the wrongful death ratio? Like in the justice system, there are wrongfully convicted people because maybe with proper training. What do you exactly mean by that? Wrongful death ratio? There's not really a wrongful death ratio, because if they're not just shooting them outright, they're going to illegally detain them. Here's the thing, Equirel. What essentially is going on here with ICE is that they've been essentially given a quota to basically try to go after, quote-unquote, as many illegals as they possibly can get their hands on. And we all know what the purpose of this exactly is, right? It's because of propaganda from Stephen Miller saying that they want the population of America to go back to 100 million. Specifically 100 million white people, which is a propaganda point that a bunch of white nationalists and Nazis have been constantly talking about. The 100 million number was, I believe, the population of the Americas during the fucking 20s, where quote-unquote, America was seen as more prosperous and successful, despite the fact that there were still migrants living within America during those times anyways, but whatever, blah, 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 blah. Wait, why should the illegal ones still be deported anyways, right? If they're going through the proper channels to try to get citizenship, then they should be allowed to go through the proper channels to try to get citizenship. Why should they just be deported on first-order principle? Why? The vast majority of these guys do go for the proper sort of citizenship. They go through the proper pathways. Is it those guys' fault that the Republicans constantly defund a lot of these immigration courts, so it takes forever for their claims to get processed? Well, no, that's not really their fault. That they're just essentially being used as a political football. And that's the main problem with all of this. And by the way, most of the people that ICE goes after aren't even illegal. Like, a minority of them have like illegal immigration crimes on their fucking goddamn record. They're just going after whoever the fuck they feel like. That's it. See, does this have certain needs, financial or whatever? I break some laws to get into a country. I don't think that country owes me anything when I start off with breaking the law. But none of these people are breaking the law. The vast majority of them aren't breaking the law. They're just like living in America and working. Like, that's it. That's all that they're doing. The administration thinks that their existence is inherently illegal. But that's not how that works. But when you get to the US illegally, you are breaking the law even if you are legal afterwards. Well, because now they have the papers to say that they're a legal citizen. Yeah, they had the pathway to citizenship, they get their citizenship, then they're fucking legal. Are you essentially saying that if you're an illegal migrant and then you go through the legal pathways, then you should be deported or something? That's not what I meant. Then what are you saying then? I don't think you can see anything that you're saying, Boy Meets Mini. No, I'm saying Equirl can't see anything that you're saying. In my eyes, if I step into a country without being allowed to, I'm breaking the law. Mm-hmm. And I don't think a country owes me anything afterwards. Uh-huh. Sure. But here's the thing. A lot of these people are fleeing situations that the U.S. themselves constantly fucking caused, right? And a lot of these people are brought in through illegal measures, like, you know, differing smuggling groups, coyotes, whatever. A bunch of people who are in desperate economic states because of, actions that the U.S. themselves have unironically fucking conducted. And generally speaking, most of these people are just going to keep their heads down, essentially shut up and work in order to just, like, feed themselves, try to send some money to their fucking families back at fucking home, generally speaking. And in most cases, and this used to be the case for a vast majority of migrants within the United States of America, and I still think is the case for migrants within the United States, is they get brought over on work visas and then they just overstay their visa. They try to leave, but they're not allowed to leave by their own fucking work. So now they're essentially stuck in the United States of America. They're stuck there, basically, with no way to be able to leave because their work just keeps letting them stay there, letting them over fucking stay their visas. So it's just like, well, what the fuck am I supposed to do then? I can't afford to leave. I'm basically stuck here. I've already overstayed my visa. I guess I'm just kind of stuck here. And that was the case for millions upon millions of undocumented migrants within the United States of America. There was an Adam Conover bit about this specifically on his old show, Adam Ruins Everything, that talked about that phenomenon, where that's been the where that was the case for a vast majority of undocumented migrants within the United States of America. And guess what? Overwhelmingly, everyone's just like, yeah, just give them fucking citizenship, so then we don't have to fucking think about this shit anymore. It's just easier just to do that. Sure. Normally, you should get deported, but here's the fucking thing. Is anyone gonna fucking check that? Is your work going to check that for you? Especially if they can have a source of cheap labor. No. They'd rather have the source of cheap labor right there, ready and available at any point in time that they can use the authorities to try to deport them at any point in time. Because again, it's all about control with these people. The corporations. That's just corporate greed. Which is why they get the fucking work visas for a lot of these people. They under fucking pay them because they know that they can just deport them at any time if they get too uppity. And then all of a sudden, they're essentially forced to have to be stuck within the United States of America. Like this is a very common thing for millions of people living within America. It's just corporate greed. For most of it. Okay, this should eventually all just even out. I did not want to pick up that piece of coal. I don't think greed should play into hiring, etc. We should just respect the laws and that's it. Greed, etc. are too subjective. Welcome to America, where there's only one thing that fucking talks, and it's money. So, yeah, unfortunately, laws don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter. It's all just, they just want to essentially have... if corporations could have fucking slavery, they would have slavery. Like, let's be honest here. Yes, but you're forgetting something important at Quirrell, whereas we're effectively living in a fucking oligarchic system where anything that the corporations say more than likely goes, and every state apparatus is basically bending over backwards to accommodate for these, well, pedophilic, avaricious dipshits. So, as far as I'm concerned, the sort of, I don't know, like, concerns of most of these people really should not matter all that much. I wouldn't care or consider much of the concerns of the rich. I'm going to be quite honest here. They can go fuck themselves. And they have made it very clear that it's just like, yeah, it's all about exploiting about as many people as possible. And if it means exploiting people for the express purpose of basically having as cheap labor as possible, they'll fucking do it. They don't give a shit. And that's why a lot of these people are, or have set up the sort of world in the way that they have. And have captured all the institutions in order to be able to, have the current oligarchic system that we have at the moment. What would you consider rich, though? Billionaires, millionaires, all those guys. Anyone who owns capital. Okay, well, this thing's done. Or rather, this thing's been rebuilt. Okay. There's more stuff to talk about. There's a reason why I said capital specifically at Quirrell. I'm talking about people who own private property, people who own assets for the express purpose of accruing more fucking capital. Those are the people that I'm talking about. I'm talking about the bourgeoisie specifically. And they tend to be billionaires and millionaires. Alright. I'm gonna grab some water, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. And then we shall continue with our shall we say, misadventures in the world of news. I'll be right back. Ugh. We're so Barack Hussein Obama, folks. We're so back. Alright, time to talk about our favored nation state in the Middle East. It's Israel. Why not? Yeah, mostly why not? Why not? I'll bring back the cam every now and again when I feel like it. Man, mostly why not? Okay. Fucking Gavin Newsom jump scare. It's for Boy Meets Mini. His favorite governor. He loves Gavin Newsom. Alright, let's get started with this. So, I guess this was inevitable, but a U.S. House representative has now been officially detained by the IDF now in Ro Khanna. Ro Khanna, of course, as we all know, House representative of Silicon Valley, is certainly not a big fan of all of the funding that's going to Israel for them to continue perpetuating their genocide of Palestinians and the ethnic cleansing campaign that they're not only doing within within Gaza, but also within the West Bank, right? Obviously, we've talked about this before, but what the settlers are doing within the West Bank is obviously illegal under international law, and well, really the only people that are fucking protecting them at this point in time is the United States of America. That is extremely obvious and clear. You have to be like, I don't know, blind to not really see that in particular, right? Should really go without saying. And now, Ro Khanna is getting detained by the IDF with the help of settlers. And this is a very common line of behavior, specifically by the settlers within the West Bank. Very consistently, they will go up to Palestinians with the express purpose of trying to antagonize them to bait a reaction, so then they can call in the army to arrest and detain, well, the Palestinians to a jail where they're probably never going to be seen ever again. Obviously, this is illegal under international law, and if the Palestinians chose within the West Bank, if they make the choice to violently resist against the attempts at occupation by the Israeli settlers, they would be protected under international law. Period. End of story. They would be justified in their actions against what the Israeli settlers are doing, because what they are doing is illegal under what is the resolution from 1967. It's I think it's resolution 42. I don't remember exactly what the number is. Doesn't really matter. Yada yada yada. If the Palestinians wanted to resist violently against the attempts at occupation from the Israeli settlers, they definitely would. And very often, as Ro Khanna is saying himself, the IDF will arrive to help the settlers and will very often choose to side with the settlers. This is a very consistent pattern of behavior. And I'm willing to make a bet, Boy Meets Mini, you could probably fucking back me up on this one. They decided to detain Ro Khanna because he's Indian. Guaranteed. Israelis are extremely fucking racist. Especially the settlers. Very, very fucking racist. And they will just arrest people based off their fucking skin color. Like, I mean, that's literally the point of the apartheid system that's happening within the not only the West Bank, but also within that of Gaza. Like, there's unironic, like, Palestinian roads, but, like, that's fucking crazy. Like, where they're just like, yeah, we're we're just going to segregate people based off of their race. That's kind of the point of the ethnic cleansing project they're basically doing here. Yes, that's a good point, Boy Meets Mini. They also do not want cameras seeing what they're doing. Like, I mean, we saw the documentary by Andrew Callahan, where he was doing interviews and just filming around what's happening within the West Bank. And it's very clear, very often, that the IDF does not want cameras on a lot of the actions that they're taking or that they're doing within the West Bank, because it's obviously and clearly fucking illegal. Speaking of journalists and cameras, here, Jeremy Diamond, who I believe is a CNN Jerusalem correspondent, who has gone out before into the West Bank to do filmings. I believe this is not the first time in particular that he has gone attacked by Israeli fucking settlers. This is, I believe, the second time, I believe, on camera, where this guy also got attacked by Israeli fucking settlers trying to basically stop him from fucking filming in there. And generally speaking, if there are Jewish people, for example, who are with the CNN crews, broadly speaking, they're not going to be this brazen in terms of the attacks. But in this particular instance, these jabronis did not give a flying fuck whatsoever. But this was unironically a full report that was aired on CNN on fucking Monday, which was about 2 days ago at this point in time, where these guys got attacked by Israeli fucking settlers again. And this is a CNN Jerusalem fucking correspondent, CNN, which is very, very much so pro-Zionist, very pro-Israel. They have no problems with the actions that the Israeli state is taking within the West Bank, within Gaza. I mean, like, literally their two of their main pundits, like Jake Tapper and Dana Bash, who we'll get to eventually, are basically auditioning themselves to be, I don't know, like, probably the new mainstream pundits of CNN when Larry Ellison finishes that merger with Paramount that the Trump administration recently fucking approved. And here, another instance of I've seen a couple of videos from this guy, Andre X here, who is an independent fucking journalist who has been to the West Bank multiple times just to film the actions of the fucking settlers, because, again, what they're doing is illegal, and everything they do, well, should be fucking filmed. This is not the first time that this guy has also gotten attacked by Israeli settlers, and this is another guy who's, again, attacking a CNN vehicle, smashed the windshield of the vehicle and threw a rock at a car. Again, another fucking crazed, rabid fucking settler who just exists in order to, well, just go after people, not have anyone sort of like film any of the actions that these people are basically conducting within the West Bank, because it is obviously illegal under international law. It is obviously not correct or ethically or morally sound whatsoever, the actions that Israel and these settlers are basically carrying out within the West Bank, because the intentions of this have been always very, very clear. It is about the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from the land of Palestine. That's always been the point, and the actions within this particular region by Israel. And they don't give a shit. They will attack independent journalists. They will attack mainstream journalists. They will even attack sitting U.S. representatives as well, if it means that no one, if it means that no one can get any information out about any of the actions that they're doing. There is no scruple that these, well, monsters will not go to. It's genuinely fucking insane. But here, Brad Lander, who recently won his race in New York's 10th district against Dan Goldman, who is just like a rabid Zionist loser who nobody fucking likes in the district. It was a landslide for Brad Lander. Like, I was gonna say, like, it's Assad numbers. It's not exactly Assad numbers, but it was more or less fucking Assad numbers. Just how badly Dan Goldman got fucking trounced in this race. Endorsed by Zoran Mamdani. Not exactly, like, the best in terms of Israel-Palestine. He calls himself a liberal Zionist. And what he means is that it should be a democratic Jewish state. That, of course, being Israel. I don't agree with this framing, to be honest, from Brad Lander. Mostly because you can't have it be a democratic state while it is a Jewish state, right? The point of it being a democratic state is democratic rights for everyone, whether it be Arabs, Palestinians, Jewish people, whatever. It doesn't really matter, right? Everyone should have the exact same equal sort of like rights, right? Which I think what Brad Lander would basically agree with. I'm just kind of uncertain why he puts in the sort of like Jewish part there in particular, like saying that, like, what are Jews the main ones who are supposed to be in power or something? Like, I'm not exactly certain what he means by that. I don't 100% agree with Brad Lander's framing in terms of all of that. But it is very clear that, yes, he thinks what's going on is a genocide. It's obviously bad, the actions of Israel, and he doesn't do the whole, like, mealy-mouth thing that a lot of these, like, democratic, like, establishment democratic types and pundits will do, saying that, oh, this is only just Benjamin Netanyahu who's doing this. If Benjamin Netanyahu wasn't there, everything would totally go back to normal. Brad Lander makes it very, very clear that it is the state of Israel that is doing this. And he agrees with all of the, like, human rights organizations, even those within Israel, like B'Tselem, saying that, yeah, what Israel is doing here is a genocide. It's very obvious and very, very fucking clear. But what? When he talked with Dana Bash, which was... We'll get to the video itself. The video was psychotic in of itself. And Dana Bash doing a little bit of anti-Semitism, saying that Brad Lander is basically, quote-unquote, a bad Jew for not being a full-throated fucking Zionist. You know, take with that what you will from Dana Bash. We know where her rabid sort of Zionism is coming from. It's coming from a position of she's looking to audition to get a better sort of spot in terms of whatever, like, punditry that she's going to engage in or whatever show she's going to have when the Ellisons take over, who he himself is also a rabid fucking Zionist, but whatever. But one, Israel cannot be a genuine democracy while it's occupying the West Bank and Gaza and denying civil and political rights to Palestinians there. Fully half the people under its rule. Can't, I mean, he's just correct here. Like B'Tselem, Omar Bartov, and the Lemkin Institute, I think with deep sadness that Israel's conduct in Gaza meets the definition of genocide. But even if you don't, it's profoundly inconsistent with the Jewish value that every one of those Palestinians' kids were created in the image of God, just like ours. 3, the freedoms, safety, and thriving of both Israelis and Palestinians is deeply intertwined. I mean, he's just correct here, just historically speaking. Like, again, under the fucking Ottoman Empire, like, they wouldn't have been called Israelis at this point in time. They would have just been called Jewish people. But Jews and Palestinians have always lived in harmony in the area for a very, very long time. Even under particular, like, Latin states. Well, maybe it was not particularly good during Latin Christian states. Whatever. Under Arab states, under... I say states, not states. Kingdoms. Kingdoms is more correct to say. Under Arab kingdoms and empires, under the Turks, under the Ottomans, Palestinians and Jews have been living in the region in peace with one another for hundreds, if not thousands of years. It's just that because of the importance of the region within the Middle East, there's always been a lot of tensions and problems within the area because of, well, other forces and whatnot. But that's more so like a problem, like an imperialism sort of problem there. It's a completely different story. Israelis will not be safe until Palestinians are free. We need a U.S. foreign policy aimed firmly at making this real. Again, like, Brad Lander is just correct here in his, like, 3 points here. I don't 100% obviously agree with his, like, framing liberal Zionism, but that's just like a slight disagreement in terms of all of this, which, I mean, like, overall, Brad Lander is still quite good in terms of the issue of Israel-Palestine. But Brad, what do you got for me, buddy?
I believe in the vision of a Jewish and democratic Israel. I care about the place, but I don't think it's possible for it to be democratic while it's occupying the West Bank and Gaza, and I don't think that Israel's conduct in Gaza, which I do consider a genocide.
Like I said before, I've already mentioned the point about how he's saying that it should be Jewish, a Jewish state and democratic. I don't agree with this framing here, but I've already explained that before. I don't really need to explain it again.
It is consistent with Jewish values. So to me, it's like you stand up and you call it as you see it. I don't want to keep sending U.S. military aid to Israel while it's violating international law and Palestinian human rights, but I want it to...
By the way, and there is a law within the United States of America that would basically take care of that problem precisely, and it's called the Leahy laws. I think from... And you can correct me if I'm wrong, Boy Meets Mini. I think his name is Patrick Leahy. When Leahy was asked about... if Israel is currently violating the law that he wrote and that has been implemented, he has said, yes, Israel is currently violating the law that I wrote. So, yeah, I mean, if literally the guy who wrote the law is saying, like, yeah, Israel is violating it, yeah, not particularly great.
Actually honor international law and Palestinian human rights, so it can be the Jewish and democratic Israel that I grew up believing in.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I understand. You said that you don't think it's a democratic Israel?
I want it to be a Jewish and democratic Israel. Right now, I don't think it's modeling democracy while it occupies the West Bank and Gaza, and half the people under its sovereignty can't vote. But I believe that when occupation ends...
Yeah, I don't really know why Dana Bash is saying, like, what you don't think it's like a sovereign, or not like for a sovereign. It's like what you... what's the fucking meme? Yeah, you don't think it's a democratic Israel? No, it's not. Like, how can it be when, like, not a majority of the people there, but like a good chunk of the people there can't fucking vote and have no rights? Like, how? How can you say it's democratic?
Ends, then it can be Jewish and democratic, and that's what I'm fighting for.
Why are you not just a Zionist? Why do you say liberal Zionist? What do you think the difference is?
I mean, the declaration...
Bro, why do you actually treat Palestinians as humans? Grr! Why don't you just dehumanize those dirty, stinking browns? Well, that's essentially what Dana Bash is saying here. Why don't you just dehumanize them like I consistently do every single night? Why do you have to treat them like normal people as a Jewish person? Is Dana Bash herself fucking Jewish? As far as I could tell, no, she's not. She's a zealotous fucking freak. I personally, her just saying this, I think she's just saying this because she just hates Palestinians. Like, really, she's just that zealotous in her fucking Zionist sort of advocacy. I think it's like pretty clear that she just wants to fucking see them all dead. It's genuinely insane. Either that, or she's like auditioning for some mainstream sort of like pundit position within Larry Ellison's fucking CNN. It's one of the two, basically.
of Independence that founded Israel says it would be a place for the ingathering of exiles and full civil and political rights for everyone living there. But Palestinians living in the West Bank facing settler terrorism, or living in refugee camps in Gaza because their schools and hospitals were destroyed, they don't have full political and civil rights. So it is not living up to its founding vision. And to me, believing in Jewish and democratic means you got to fight for the human rights of Palestinians at the same time as you fight for the safety of Jews. I guess maybe a shorthand way of saying it is, I don't think Israelis will be safe until Palestinians are free, and they both need that.
Can I just ask you?
Again, same positions that he outlined in his 3 points. Very consistent sort of like advocacy here from, well, Brad Lander. And, well, it's one of the reasons why he ended up fucking winning, guys.
Can I just ask you point blank, do you not call yourself a Zionist because it is a term that many people on the hard left have started to use as a slur against Jews?
Well,
bro, what fucking degenerate ass question is this? Like, yeah, dude, fucking Zionist is being used as a slur for Jewish people. Get the fuck out of here with this, like, mentally ill fucking bullshit here, Dana Bash. Like, listen, I understand that you want to just bomb the little fucking Browns out in the fucking Middle East because you think they're dirty and poor, or just all inherently terrorists because you drunk the fucking goddamn, like, Zionist Kool-Aid or whatever the fuck. But yeah, man, it turns out that if you try to treat human beings like human beings, and you're just saying to Brad Lander, well, why aren't you in full fully endorsing the Zionist label. You're just saying that because you're afraid of the hard left. Yeah, and it's just like, no, dude, it's because it's clear what Israel is doing is a violation of international law. It is very clear that they are essentially doing this with the express purpose of ethnic cleansing, which, again, violation of international law. Very, very fucking clear. But you seem to be perfectly okay with that because you're just a fucking freak, dude. Like, you're just a weirdo. You just want to see children get turned into mulch. You just want to see people get fucking bombed. And you're doing this to, like, a fucking Jewish Congress member saying, like, why are you treating Palestinians as human? You as a Jew should inherently treat Palestinians as inhuman. This doesn't make any sense in my tiny fucking brain. Grr! It's just like, wow. You're a fucking psycho freak, little bro. What is fucking wrong with you, dude?
No, I mean, a liberal Zionist is a Zionist. I just want to make clear I'm not a Zionist like Ben-Gvir or Smotrich who want to eliminate Palestinians. So that's why I say it.
Yeah, I mean, like, pretty fucking clear. And, whoa, Dana Bash is a fucking freak who's just, again, doing this to satiate her, I guess, bloodlust, for lack of a better term. The very, very strange fucking behavior. But here's someone who's fucking terrible on the issue. Boy Meets Mini, it's your governor. It's your boy, Gavin Newsom. Okay, because Gavin Newsom is a chameleon. He doesn't believe in anything fundamentally speaking. Whatever can get him more billionaire bucks is what he overall fucking believes in, right? Gavin Newsom is scum. He's a grifter, sociopath, many such things, many such cases, where he's just a complete fucking pile of garbage. We shouldn't be really surprised by this. But he was saying that Israel is an apartheid state, and then he immediately decided to back off of that for some fucking reason. Probably because his handlers told him, hey, don't actually say that because you're going to lose out on a lot of money-making opportunities when you make your run for president in 2028, which will still probably happen anyways. But he's going to get absolutely fucking trounced. Especially with a clip like this, where everyone can essentially just be like, so you said that Israel is an apartheid state when you did say earlier that it was an apartheid state. What's up with that exactly? Because, I mean, the Democratic constituency has made it very clear that they do think it's an apartheid state, that what Israel is doing is unjustified within Gaza and the fucking West Bank. Well, how are you going to square that fucking circle there, Gavin? Like, I don't think any slick politician talk and chameleonic sort of, I don't know, like, sort of shifting is going to be able to help square that fucking circle for you, bud. I wonder how he's going to square this. What do we have here?
There's been some headlines. I just want to clear this up. Yes or no? Do you consider Israel an apartheid state?
I said that was directional as it relates to what Freeman was arguing about the annexation of the West Bank. So no, but in the context of his pursuit in the hard and the far right, I align with that concern and that thinking that was expressed.
So again, when he initially said that, he didn't do this whole sort of like whatever, like bluster about positions being expressed by Tom Friedman, whoever the fuck that is. It's irrelevant. He made it very, very clear that, yeah, he thinks Israel is an apartheid state. And then now he just brought in this like pathetic excuse and bluster because, again, his handlers probably got to him and said that, actually, don't say that. Don't say that Israel is an apartheid state because you're less likely to get money from them. From associated PACs fighting for the interests of Israel, of Zionists, blah, 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 blah.
Very pointedly by Tom Friedman.
Yeah, so you think they're potentially on the path to becoming a party state if they continue?
My biggest concern, my red flag, is Bibi Netanyahu, period, full stop. And his...
Okay, you know what? If your fucking red flag is Benjamin Netanyahu, why the fuck do you keep calling him Bibi? Here's the thing. This is a point that was raised by Chalepi, actually, and I thought it was a very, very good point. This infantilization of Benjamin Netanyahu by constantly making him Bibi is not particularly good, right? It seeks to make him seem like he's less dangerous of a person than he actually is. Like I've said before, Benjamin Netanyahu, if he could, tie his shoe in a particular way to cause the death of 5 more Palestinians, he'll do it. Yeah. He'll fucking do it. He doesn't give a fuck. Anything for the inherent sort of, not torture, but inherent sort of suffering of Palestinians is something that he's always going to push for. Abso-fucking-lutely, he does not give a fuck. Benjamin Netanyahu is a demon. He's very, very bad. But it's not just Benjamin Netanyahu who's like an aberrance in terms of all this. It's the entire fucking state of Israel. Quick reminder, there was a capital punishment bill that was passed in the Knesset that Itamar Ben-Gvir celebrated by wearing a fucking noose pin, where essentially in so many words, basically it's a bill where if the Israelis want to basically conduct executions of Palestinians, capital punishment on Palestinians, they can just do it at any point in time. Genuinely fucking abhorrent behavior from Israel, but then again, we should really not be surprised by this at all from the behavior of the state of Israel. They consistently engage in this pattern of behavior. They are monstrous. But dumbasses like fucking Gavin Newsom don't give a shit about that, because in reality, he is also a fucking liberal Zionist. So they'll talk about Bibi being bad and all that stuff, yada, 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 because of the hard right stances that he takes and the genocide that's happening within Palestinians. But in reality, they're not making the actual root criticism, and that is it's a fundamental issue with the state of Israel and how it's been constructed throughout the past 80 years of its existence. It's a fundamental problem with the state itself.
The opposition to the two-state solution, how he is navigating his own domestic politics as it relates to placating the far right, thus the annexation concerns, how he's influencing events that are now out of our control.
Yeah, he recently, I think there's like some Supreme Court bill that he was trying to get passed, which has a bunch of people fucking pissed, yada, yada, yada. We all know why he wants to stay in power, is because he doesn't want to get like prosecuted for his own corruption charges, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, fucking obviously, Benjamin Netanyahu's incredibly corrupt. Well, who would have thought?
Control, and we're not, we haven't even focused much on what's happening in southern Lebanon, issues there, intended, unintended consequences, the future of Gaza, the Board of Peace, which is about Trump and Witkoff and Jared Kushner getting their peace, if we can discuss that, and what happens to the future of the Middle East. And so, yeah, I've been very critical of him, and I say that as a guy who visited.
Yeah, sure, man, totally. You've been very, very critical of Benjamin Netanyahu. Sure. You're not willing to call Israel an apartheid state. Yeah, okay, buddy.
Bibi visited right after October 7th because of the relationship I've had, not only with the Jewish community here, but my relationship to the people of Israel. And so I've long supported the state of Israel.
Yeah, I'm sure. You've long supported the state of Israel, not so much to fucking condemn all of its fucking actions within the West Bank or like its genocidal fucking actions, or you're just only willing to talk about Benjamin Netanyahu and not its fundamental construction of a state of itself. Sure, man, totally. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? Israeli settlers are continuing to do evil stuff, and Israel in of itself is continuing to be evil. Well, who would have fucking thought that the evil state is now detaining sitting Congress people? I'm going to say it again, sitting Congress people for doing their due diligence in documenting and filming the obvious criminal actions that are being carried out by this rogue genocidal terror state in Israel. And I mean, they're also willing to go after fucking American journalists, which is typically like a big no-no, but it's becoming more and more clear that Israel does not give a fuck, and they're just going to get more and more extreme in their fucking actions. This much has been made extremely, extremely clear in terms of their predispositions, because they're an international pariah, so they don't have to give as much of a fuck anymore. Yes, they did also detain a French MP who was a part of the Global Samud Flotilla, and I think also a Spanish one as well. I think there's also a Spanish one as well, but no, it was Italian. Not Spanish, it was Italian. It was a French MP and also an Italian MP who promptly got returned back. And I think the French one got tortured because most of those... I don't know if she was a part of the third round of the flotilla, but all those guys got basically fucking tortured because, again, we're dealing with an evil, evil state in Israel. But whatever. We shouldn't really be surprised by this at all, by the actions of fucking Israel. They are fucking terrible like terrible people who are fucking running the show there. And well, it's a evil fucking goddamn state. It should really go without saying. But yeah, I don't think there's like really much else to say besides there's only one solution to this problem, only one state or one set of people within power that can bring Israel basically to heal, and that is the United States of America. But they keep doing everything constantly in order to fucking protect their actions, which is, as a supposed purveyor and protector of international law, and also, protector of the liberal international order. It seems like they're just letting these freaks in Israel run roughshod all over the current sort of liberal international order that the United States pretends to care about so much. Not just that, UK, Germany, and India have increased lethal aid for them as well. I believe there was like a recent thing said by the Germans, the Europeans, and also the UK, saying that they are going to detain people who have naughty things, bad things, criticisms of the fucking state of Israel. Yeah. Bro, they're gonna start, I don't know, cracking down on people who have criticism of the fucking state of Israel. So it's epic. Let's go, dude. Whoa, man, we love Israel. Oh boy, Israel. Oh my god, Israel. Oh my god, Israel. We love Israel being, I don't know, psychotic fucking weirdos. Very, very cool. We love Israel. Don't you love Israel? I love Israel. You love Israel. Everybody loves Israel, folks. Very, very, very cool. All right. Final fucking memes. Final fucking goddamn memes, dude. And close this shit. So, Trump, of course, doing his presidential duties, going around, yapping up with a bunch of world leaders, talking to, well, at NATO summits and whatnot, and talking shit on Spain. Now, there's probably a reason why Donald Trump in particular is very, very triggered about the Spanish. And that's mostly because the Spanish have been saying, like, yeah, we're not letting you use our airspace in order to conduct ethnic cleansing and genocide within Palestine. Fuck that. Absolutely the fuck not. Get the fuck out of here. Which obviously triggered Trump because Trump loves murdering people. Yeah, Trump loves murdering people. Shocker, I know. The pedophile, avaricious billionaire loves murder. Whoa, oh my goodness, whoa, what a fucking shock. I, for one, am completely unsurprised by any of this fucking behavior. Very, very fucking cool. And he's basically trying to say that Spain is a wasted cause. Like, in what way or something? But because of the fact that they don't want to fucking capitulate to you. Same with most of the other European countries that don't want to capitulate to you because of your idiotic fucking demands of, like, wanting to take Greenland for yourself. Where Mark Rutte, obviously, because he's a coward, like most, like a lot of other European fucking leaders, saying that, oh yes, please, Trump, we will do everything that you say, of course, because, I don't know, we're just going to be cowards and just capitulate for literally no reason. It's like, this has not worked before, historically speaking. You guys are fucking stupid. The only thing you can do with a wannabe bully is just stand up to the fucking bully and just be like, no, you can go fuck off and suck our cocks. Very, very fucking stupid. Yeah, I guess he is just mad that Spain might win the World Cup. That's a good point there, Boy Meets Mini. I mean, listen, the results are there. They did just beat the French. They took down the fucking the dictator, Mbappe himself. Think about it. I mean, the results are literally right there. But, you know, World Cup memes aside, Trump, you're mad about Spain for saying that. Actually, I think what they're doing, what the United States and Israel is doing within the Middle East is actually kind of bad. What do we have here?
I didn't speak to Spain. Spain is a wasted cause. We don't want to do any trade business with Spain anymore, by the way. I'd like you to cut it out. Spain is a terrible partner in NATO.
By the way, that's not the first time that he has said this. He has also basically said that they were going to cut off all trade to Spain. I think it's like the third time that he said this or something. Something like that. This is like the third time he said he's going to cut off all trade to Spain, being very salty about the fact that Spain is just not like cooperating with him whatsoever. Also, the Spanish economy, from what I understand, is not in a good spot right now because of, I don't know, like a lot of the turmoil that specifically you are causing, Trump. So I think it makes sense why they probably do not want to spend as much as you want them to into their military for NATO. And again, funniest part about all of this is he wants all these countries to keep increasing their military spending on NATO, despite the fact that the US is the richest country on the fucking planet, so they can easily afford to do that. But whatever, Trump doesn't give a fuck about any of that stuff. But he also wants to increase the military budget within the United States of America to the same amount that NATO fucking spends. So then he can just, like, leave the alliance anyways. It just doesn't make any sense. It's like, okay, how about we just don't spend as much money and then incentivize the Americans to not leave then? Like, it just doesn't make any fucking sense to me. But then again, Trump has never really been one for tactful sort of engagement.
They don't participate. They don't pay. I don't want anything to do with Spain. Cut off all trade with Spain, please, including visits. Okay, we don't want anything to do. Watch them come running back. Oh, they'll come running back. They treat this man terribly, and this man's a good man too. Great man. They're lucky they have him. But Spain,
he sucks my cock, so therefore he's a good man.
Doesn't agree to anything, and you shouldn't carry him. I mean, you sort of automatically carry because you're protecting an area, so they're there. So they probably figure they have to protect us, right? But
that's not how that works. When Spain was not a part of NATO for a very, very long time because of the Franco dictatorship that was in place in Spain for, it was up until the 70s, if I recall correctly. It was for a while there. No, it was longer than that. It was like I think it was like the mid 80s that they were in. And then they got inducted into NATO because there's like, hey, can we be let into NATO now, basically? And they had a referendum, like every other fucking country. They voted to go into NATO, and then, they were all of a sudden a part of NATO. After the Franco regime, fell. Yeah, that's really about it.
We don't have to. We don't have to trade with them. I don't want to do any more trade with them. All right? Make it immediately. Don't even talk to them. They're hopeless. Bad people, because, you know, they have everybody else going and paying and working in Spain. In particular, Spain. There are a couple of others, but in particular, Spain. They're open about it. They're hostile about it. And let's see how hostile they remain when they call up and they, please, we want to trade with you, sir. We want to trade with you, sir. It makes.
Yeah, I don't understand what that. I just don't get what he's exactly saying here. Like, do the Spanish still have a fucking trade agreement with the United States? Like, I don't fucking. Listen, he's done this whole song and dance before. Obviously, nothing really fucking came of it. This is standard sort of like Trump behavior here. He's trying to essentially threaten European allies for what exactly? Because he's just salty about the fact that he's not getting what he wants. That's like literally it.
So much money with us, and we're gonna see that they make a lot less. I want no business with them.
Cope? Yeah, okay, fucking cope or whatever. And then all of a sudden, what? Spain apparently caved and cut a check for fucking NATO. I don't think it's like how that exactly fucking works. But then again, Nick Sortor is just like a glazer for the administration. He will do anything to suck their cocks gleefully and with a twist of the hand motion. He fucking loves sucking the cock of the administration. So again, like, did what is it, Prime Minister Sanchez say that he was going to increase funding, maybe just to placate this bumbling buffoon? But the Spanish economy is not in a good position right now. So again, like, you asking for additional fucking payments from them and them saying like no, I think is pretty reasonable. Also, they're like the furthest country away from any potential like war for Russia. Them spending more money on military spending just doesn't make any sense. But then again, like Trump is essentially trying to use this as like an excuse to try to leave the alliance to begin with, in order to just have the European nations be, well, isolated themselves. That's the whole point of all of this, which again has now forced the Europeans to have to adopt to make their own fucking continental army, which has a sort of inadvertent consequence for the hegemonic status for the United States of America, because if the Europeans do create a continental army and are able to take decisions for themselves, well, now they don't have to be under the thumb of the United States of America. But then the argument would be like, well, that's actually a good thing. We want that to be the case. It's like, nah, I don't really fucking think so, dude. I don't think that's really what the United States wants in terms of being able to, well, maintain their own sort of like hegemonic sort of power. Because it is, again, a network of alliances, which is what allows the U.S. to maintain that. But again, the conservatives don't really get that because they're fucking idiots. But here, now he has obviously done talks with Zelensky, because no shit, Zelensky's there. He currently buys most of the weapons that he gets from the United States, with NATO being basically a third party because Trump is like a blustering fucking buffoon. But like, whatever. Listen, Boy Meets Mini, I understand like the position of saying that you're not comfortable with Europe militarizing like a miniature United States. At this point, like, what exactly are they supposed to do? This is like the only option forward, given how unreliable the United States of America is. Like, that's not Europe's fault necessarily, that's the US's fault, right? Like, I don't really blame the decision of the Europeans saying like, well, looks like we're all gonna have to rearm because of the instability of the United States of America, because of its internal contradictions falling in on itself. That's obviously a differing sort of conversation here. But here, obviously, Zelensky, the guy who does have all the cards in comparison to that of the United States of America, considering the fact that a bunch of countries have been going to the Ukrainians to ask how to do effectively defend against one-way suicide drones, that being like, you know, the Shahhead sort of pattern drones that the Ukrainians have been fighting for the latter part of several years at this point. And the U.S. themselves have also had to beg Zelensky to get advice on how to, well, fight those drones more fucking effectively. Because it turns out, when it comes to holding cards, Trump definitely has none of them, and the Ukrainians have way more. And he's talking about how Putin wants to have a settlement with the war of Ukraine. I don't know how many times this has to happen. The Ukrainians themselves have indicated, I believe at 6 separate times, that they are interested in potentially having a ceasefire and a negotiation with the Russians. But the Ukrainians themselves, and Ukraine has said that they don't want to cede any fucking territory. The Russians don't agree with that. So again, the classic instance of, here are the talking points, or the points of negotiation between both, of course, the Ukrainians and the Russians. Oh, look, there's an impasse that neither side fucking agrees to. Whoa, shocker. And here's this blustering buffoon not understanding what that means.
He wants to see a settlement, and I think President Putin wants to see a settlement. And usually that means a settlement, but who knows, this is a tough one. But I just, we just had our NATO meeting, and it was a great...
They sucked my cock real well, folks. That's why I think it's a great meeting, folks.
Great meeting. You probably heard it was a great meeting.
So good, folks.
There was a lot of love in that room. A lot of unity.
I don't know, like, what the fuck he means by that. Probably a bunch of people decided to suck him off, and that's, like, literally it. Yeah, that's, like, literally it. He's, again... This is a consistent pattern of behavior here from Trump. All he basically does is just complain, bitch, and moan about allies that have standardly been on the side of the United States, because he's just not getting his way. Like, NATO countries are not agreeing to do his, like, dumbass adventurism in Iran. They're not agreeing to spend more money on, well, military expenditures, because, like, why the fuck should they? There's no reason for them to do that. like the Americans decided to take the responsibility themselves. That's how they decided to be like their inherent desire to want to project hegemonic power was through their massive fucking military. But Trump doesn't get any of that because, again, he thinks like a child and doesn't understand how geopolitics works because he's just like a wannabe mafioso fucking dipshit saying like, why are they spending no money and why are we spending more money? It doesn't make any sense to me. It's like, that's just not how the world works. But of course, the thing that he's always going to be particularly upset about is the fact that he doesn't have ownership of Greenland himself. I don't know how many times this has to be said, but Greenlanders have said that they do not want to be a part of the United States of America as a new state. There was polling about this saying that only 6% of Greenlanders say that they wanted to join the United States. 6% of Greenlanders, which is not a lot of people. It's not even like 4,000 people. I think it's like the population of Greenland's like 60,000, something around that. It's like 60,000, and that's about like what? About 4,000 people saying that they want to be a part of the United States. I don't know, pretty simple math, but that's like the vast majority of people saying that they are not interested in being a part of the United States and are okay with still being a part of Denmark. If they want to have a referendum to split from Denmark, that's up to the Greenlandic people, not up to the United States of America. And again, there's already fucking military bases, U.S. military bases on Greenland. So I don't know why the fuck that you have to have possession of Greenland for yourself. It just doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Also, Greenland is a part of NATO because Denmark is a part of NATO because Greenland is a part of Denmark. So in every single way that this is sounding as stupid as possible from the President of the United States and from the U.S. in general, how ridiculous the fucking position is, it should really go without saying that, yeah, this shit's really fucking dumb. Like, it's just an instance where this fucking dumbass who watched probably too many 80s action movies that he's basically trying to, like, LARP off of and crimp, basically, is just it's like a fundamental just lack of understanding of just how, like, geopolitics and negotiations and settlements is. Like, that's what it is. Yeah, he thinks it's all Top Gun, it's all, like, stupid, cheesy action movie bullshit, when it's just like, that's just not how any of this works. It's fucking stupid.
Other than that, we're having the big meeting in a little while, and I'm gonna relate my problems. Greenland is a big problem for us, and the other big problem is the fact that when we wanted them, we didn't want them badly, but we did say, if you want to join us, and they all said no. But when...
Wait, then why the fuck are you still pursuing the issue then, right? Like, you just admitted that they said no, they don't want to join. So then why the fuck is it still a problem for you? Like, hello? No means no, motherfucker, but then again, rapist. Yeah, rapist. Rapist mentality is coming out here from Trump.
When they could have, they weren't there for us, and we've been there for them. We spent over $1 trillion over the last short period, in order to protect these countries from Russia.
Wait, didn't you just say... Okay, didn't the fucking U.S. military budget just go up to, like, 1.1 trillion? Why the fuck do you care about that so much? Right? Like, okay, because since Trump is a fucking idiot, you are aware that the $1 trillion that you're spending on NATO is going to U.S. fucking manufacturing and U.S. military production, right? Like, does he not understand this? I'm saying this all rhetorically. Of course he doesn't fucking understand this, because again, like, we're dealing with a dementia-addled dipshit over here.
And has nothing to do with us. We have an ocean, but it's been a long-term thing. And
no one ever talks about the border between Alaska and Russia, do they? Like, because... Okay, you know what? I was not going to treat this seriously, but I guess I'm going to treat this a little seriously. You are aware that the United States borders Russia, right? Like, they do? They do? Yeah, it's a little ocean. It's called the Bering Sea, folks. There's a lot of crab fishing. It's very dangerous. I've watched the Discovery show about it. That was narrated by Mike Rowe, folks. Great patriot of America, of course. I love Mike, don't we? Don't we all love Mike here, folks? We do, sir, most certainly do. I mean, it's just like, buddy, you're never getting fucking Greenland, and they're never gonna fucking join you. So like, I don't know, like fucking cope and seethe about it. Like, there's really nothing else to say this. But here, obviously, the Trump Truth Social cope post about, well, all of these meetings, where he's just like having a schizo fucking crash out, should not be really sort of surprising. Where he's just crashing out about the nations of NATO not wanting to help out with Iran. I don't know how many times this has to be told to you, but okay, you know what? How about we do a simple little geography lesson, okay? Let's get a world map, all right? World map. Let's go with this one, sure. Okay. I want to zoom in on the map itself. I guess it's pretty much about as good as we're going to get. So, Trump and Republicans. Here's Europe. This is the North Atlantic Ocean. This is the Mediterranean Sea. This is the Baltic Sea. So, this is the area that NATO is supposed to basically protect, because that's where the alliance basically sort of is supposed to basically oversee and dictate. Here is Iran, which has basically absolutely nothing to do with either the Mediterranean, the Baltic, or the North Atlantic. So, like, literally there's just nothing that NATO can do in terms of its defensive alliance, its defensive nature against the Iranians. Like, why the fuck would that be the case? It just doesn't make any fucking sense to me. But Daho, what about Iraq? What about Libya? Libya, at the very least, borders the Mediterranean Sea, so technically speaking, even though that was NATO being used in an offensive way, not a defensive way, of course, you can justify NATO action within Libya. When it comes to Iraq specifically, that was more so a lot of the propaganda that was going into the build-up into the war of Iraq, and, well, essentially someone who's a much more slick talker and politician in George Bush. Well, maybe not George Bush, but, God, what's his name? Dick Cheney, justifying the actions of going in with NATO in order to attack Iraq. Even though, like, technically speaking, like, NATO did not adhere to the call of Article 5 when the U.S. called for it, when the 9/11 attacks happened. When, again, it's just like, dog, these were non-state actors who attacked you. There was no particular state that attacked the United States of America. So, like, no, you can't call Article 5 in this. But, I mean, we'll be a part of the coalition forces to help attack, well, Iraq. But that was not actually NATO itself going in and attacking Iraq. I mean, it's fucking stupid, but whatever. Americans don't understand any of this stuff because they're very, very fucking stupid, but whatever. So, yeah, like, just a simple geography lesson. Iran literally has nothing to do with the Baltic, with the Mediterranean, or the North Atlantic. So, saying that the NATO nations have to join in on your attack, I'm going to say that again, your attack of Iran is incredibly, incredibly stupid. But then again, we're talking about Trump here. But here, additional details here from Bell the Ranch, talking about Trump's hurt fucking fifis, because again, yeah, it's mostly hurt fifis. Yes, coalition of the willing. That is NATO's sort of motto. Because again, nations have to have referendums in order to be able to join NATO, and they have their own sort of like adherences and rules for nations to join. Yada yada yada. Anywho, Bell the Ranch video. What do you got for me, Bell?
People, it's Bell again.
Howdy.
So today, we're going to talk about Greenland and Trump's hurt feelings. Trump continues to babble about Greenland, but now the tone seems more blubbering than babbling.
Hurt
As
feelings,
Trump
by the
continues
way.
to drive the U.S. further and further into weakness and irrelevance on the world stage, he still doesn't seem to have gotten a basic briefing on how NATO works or what the U.S. gets out of it. At this point, we may need to entertain the possibility that
Basically, it's called force projection. That is what the U.S. gets out of it. They get to have 100K troops within European nations who can act as rapid response units at any point in time in case shit goes down. And they get preferential treatment from a lot of those European nations in terms of, well, negotiations. That is the point of the alliance.
all of those who actually understand NATO and foreign policy may have been either fired or had their access to Trump limited by those who know that the truth would hurt Trump's big feelings.
Pete Hegseth. We all know all the competent people in the Department of Defense have been gotten rid of by Pete Hegseth because of the fact that, yeah, they would have hurt Trump's feelings. Because, again, Trump is a big baby and he only watches 80s action movies in order to, I don't know, like, feel like he's a big, tough macho man on the stage and that he's taking control of the situation for himself, when in reality, he's just like a blustering buffoon who barely understands what's going on half the time.
Trump's feelings are on full display while he whines and cries about Greenland. Quote, "That's what hurt my relationship with NATO. Because Greenland doesn't help Denmark. Denmark doesn't spend any money to really help Greenland. But it's an important part for the United States. And it's surrounded by China ships and Russian ships. That should be controlled by the United States, not by Denmark. And when NATO wouldn't go along with it, and with all of the money we spend to help them with Russia, and we don't have to spend any money, we could remove all of our soldiers out of Europe."
He's already tried doing that specifically, and it already failed miserably. Like, Congress had stepped in and said, like, no, you're not removing any more fucking troops. Of course, when it comes to, like, matters of, like, force projection, that's when Congress actually really cares. It shouldn't be really surprising whatsoever. But again, I don't know how many times Trump has to be told this. Greenland is a part of Denmark. Denmark is a part of NATO. So therefore, Greenland is a part of NATO. Like, if they get attacked by these supposed Russian ships they're surrounded by, I'm not even going to entertain the Chinese ships because it's so fucking stupid that, like, it doesn't bear any entertainment or looking at whatsoever because it's fucking stupid. The only instances I think of, like, Russian ships going near, like, Greenlandic territorial waters was, like, some icebreakers. And I think the only reason why he's saying that is because the Russians have a couple of icebreakers. And that's, like, the only reason why he's mentioning this. The United States already has unfettered access to Greenland and has a military base on the fucking spot already, on location already. Like, there's no reason to just, like, annex the fucking territory for yourself. But then again, like, he just wants to, well, annex the fucking territory. That's, like, literally it. Because, I don't know, it's like the big macho man thing that you're supposed to do. I don't know. It's just, it's very, very fucking stupid. Yes, it is also meant to be incredibly fucking transactional as well, Point Meat Spinny. Because, again, he feels like he's spending too much money on NATO and he's supposed to get money back from it or something, as if it's supposed to be a private business venture, which is why you don't run a government like a fucking business, because we're seeing that exactly being played out, and it's, it all collapsing in on itself. Who would have fucking thought? It turns out it's actually a bad idea to run a government or do foreign policy as the manner of a fucking businessman, because it's just fucking stupid, man.
Yeah, that's what hurt the relationship. Not the threats against Canada. Not the threats against Denmark. Just that, you know, Greenland wouldn't wave the white flag and surrender. It's also important to remember that the United States already has an expansive treaty allowing for military access to Greenland. We've had it for decades. To put it into
hey, I've said this before as well. Oh, shocker.
Terms maybe Trump could understand. We already had an ironclad lease fully paid for. And Trump is out there demanding to pay more to buy it. Pay more to gain nothing. Call it the Trump effect.
Call it the art of the deal, folks. He's really, really good. I'm so good at making deals, folks. I pay more for a deal that's already been done. It's how you do it, folks. It's how you do business.
Explains a lot of his business ventures. And because somebody got in his ear and talked about Greenland, he understands that the U.S. benefits from it being on our side. In other words, the United States benefits from NATO in ways that can't be measured by dollars. The problem is that Trump seems to think this is the only example of that. It's not. It's not even...
Well, yeah, we understand that he is incredibly fucking transactional. The only thing that makes any sense to them is money, and he's not very good at making money. Well, besides doing a bunch of scams. And he's trying to, like, scam NATO specifically, but it turns out complicated military alliances and institutions like NATO, it turns out you can't actually fucking scam them, but doesn't mean he's not going to try. He's going to keep failing miserably because he's an idiot who doesn't understand any of the history of why these treaties basically exist, but, I mean, he'll keep trying, though.
Even close. Trump finally understands that the U.S. benefits from NATO, and his response? We could remove all of our soldiers out of Europe, which would effectively end U.S. involvement in the alliance and create an immediate near-peer competitor out of the rest of NATO, making the U.S. weaker and now giving us another competitor to contend with, creating a situation where there's a decent chance that within a few decades, our troops and the troops of our once steadfast allies are staring at each other through rifle sights. All because Trump was too arrogant to get a basic explainer on how NATO works.
More like, not only that he's too arrogant, but he's also too stupid to want to even understand it. I'm pretty sure even if someone were to go to him, someone who's competent, of course, were to go to him and say, like, sir, this is how NATO works and this is its literal purpose, would he even fucking listen? They'd be like, there's no pretty pictures and this is so boring, I don't care about this. I guarantee you he still wouldn't listen anyways, because again, we're dealing with a fucking child here.
Introducing another competitor nation would eventually lead to conflicts in all of those countries that most Americans couldn't find on a map. This man's over-emotional nature needs to be checked by Congress quickly.
Not happening.
Anyway, it's just a thought. Y'all have a good day.
Although the only instance where he got checked by Congress is again, and I think even Bell spoke about this herself, if he moves any equipment that's worth like over $500,000, he's not allowed to move anything that's worth over $500,000, which isn't even the cost of a fucking Bradley, for example. Basically, he can't touch anything whatsoever, and can't move out anything without the approval of Congress within the European nations, because again, he did that with I think he took out 7,000 troops from Germany for like literally no reason, because he just got pissed one day. And it's just like, okay, bro, like, nice meme. And everyone just looked at the United States and just thought they were a bunch of idiots, but whatever. But yeah, we've talked about all these positions before, and how much of an idiot Trump is, and he like basically barely understands any of the actions and the purposes of these highly complicated like geopolitical situations, because again, his brain is very feeble and only works in like one aspect. It's just how to fucking scam people. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? Trump doing basically everything possible to make himself look more and more of an embarrassment within the international stage. Whoa, what a fucking shock. And he only made himself look more ridiculous in this meeting in Ankara for NATO specifically, right? I mean, he was also like glazing Xi Jinping and also Recep Tayyip Erdogan during this trip as well, because again, he just is a wannabe dictator. That's like literally the only reason why he was doing that. He's a wannabe dictator. He wants to be a dictator so badly and have all the power for himself, because I've said this before and I'll say it again, but Trump thinks he's the main character in his own story, when in reality that's not the fucking case. He's not the main character of his story. He's like a weird little fucking side character that everyone just kind of acknowledges exists, and it's just like, yeah, that's Donald. He's always like a little bit of a weirdo. Just like kind of ignore him and he'll just like go away and just like do his own thing, like whatever. It's just the pettiness and the narcissism that acts as a fucking repellent that nobody, generally speaking, likes. And that's why, well, most people do not like Trump, generally speaking. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say besides Trump is a fucking dipshit. He does not understand how NATO works. He does not understand how much of anything works. But here he is as the president of the United States of America, because he managed to dupe a bunch of, well, low information voters and desperate people into becoming the president for the second time in a row. Well, not in a row. For the second time in general. Yeah, it's we're kind of in fucking dire straits here, people. It's not great, folks. It's not great. Honestly, I just want to do a fucking quick blurb on this, but it turns out Frogan is going to keep fighting her lawsuit and has basically hired Denham's legal defense team to represent her. So she can... I think she said this before, but basically she's still going to fight this lawsuit, which, well, makes sense. I think she said that before. So the current sort of juncture for Frogan's lawsuit is that it went to default fucking judgment. So should we really be surprised that a bunch of people are lying about this? Let me just fucking move my dumbass out of the way real quick. So what? Unlike what has been said and speculated, my previous legal defense team has been in communication with Ethan's team since August of 2025. During this time, Ethan's team, it was months and months of settlement negotiations. When you enter settlement negotiations, you are given a list of ways to potentially settle, right? This is pretty basic standard stuff right now. You know, nothing particularly complicated. And you ultimately, or rather the negotiations, or whatever Ethan Klein decided to set for her, and if I could take a guess based off of the behaviors with Casey Tron and what he did with Noah Sampson, more than likely to remove any incriminating videos, never mention Ethan Klein again in criticism, and also do some public apology in order to embarrass her, because Ethan has made it very clear he wants to embarrass people with these lawsuits. And Frogan was just like, no, fuck off. And then the settlement negotiations failed, and the case defaulted. The claim basically has been that she just did not do any negotiations at all with Ethan Klein. That is a lie, right? And basically, whenever you ask for any evidence into any of this, none was ever fucking provided. Why? Because these people are fucking idiots. Yeah, because these people are fucking idiots and they don't understand how the law works. Illegal mindset, lusts, and all these other like degenerate freaks like more Papegasus and sensitive society are too stupid to really understand how really any of this works in particular. Why? Because they're fucking stupid, but whatever. Yes, Ethan does have a potentially a stronger case against Frogan, because from what I understand, apparently she did not provide as much commentary to the content nuke in comparison to that of, say, Denham's. For Denham's, even amongst Ethan's own sort of criterion, she, or rather Denham's, fulfilled what Ethan Klein basically fucking wanted from her in terms of the amount of time spent to fucking react to the context puke. I couldn't find Frogan's VOD on it. As far as I can tell, that is completely lost fucking media. I have no idea where the fuck that has essentially been placed. I don't know. Like, as far as I understand, apparently she did not, quote-unquote, react hard enough. Did not provide enough, like, a transformative commentary to really say that it was a sort of enough of like a transformation of Ethan Klein's content. That's what I have heard, but I have not really seen any evidence to say otherwise. So we kind of have to go off of that assumption. The VOD just does not exist. I've tried finding it. It's been nuked out of existence. That's the same argument that he used against Casey Tron, and Casey Tron, she did not really provide much of a reaction to the context puke. So, yeah, that's why she basically got fucking cooked and was forced to settle out. So, that's why Ethan had a particularly strong case. For Frogan, I'm not 100% certain. I have no idea. For Denham's, it was very, very weak. There was nothing you could basically go off of, but whatever. So, since all the law YouTubers have been basically lying about this, the settlement negotiations have failed because ultimately she disagreed and no negotiated settlement was reached, and then it was made to go to default. I'm assuming Frogan is allowed to talk about this now because whatever disclosure agreement has lifted, so she can speak about this before, because she wasn't really talking about it really much at all. The only mention that she made of her case was when it did initially go to default judgment, and obviously all the like 3 IQ morons on the internet were gloating, saying like, yeah, good, fuck that bitch, whatever, she deserves to suffer and die for going after our king Ethan Klein, which is fucking stupid, but whatever. I'm not really expecting much of anything from all these like slop tubers and law YouTubers who, generally speaking, have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. But whatever. Here we are now. So basically, the negotiations didn't work out. She can now talk about them, yada yada yada. The only time she mentioned it before was on the day of it defaulting, going to default judgment, and all the dumbasses coming out of the woodwork and being incredibly stupid about the whole situation. Yada yada yada. Should not be really surprising whatsoever. So from it looks like, based off of what Frogan is saying, no, it's just the settlement negotiations failed, and that's why it ended up going to default judgment. Don't listen to any of the dumbasses on the fucking internet, which you should not. She's correct in that particular instance. But basically, all we have left to say is, after my case defaulted, I attempted to find a new lawyer. I reached out and scheduled a meeting with Denham's legal team, and now here we are. I've retained them, and they will be representing me going forward. I intend to continue to fight the lawsuit, which is something that she also said, that she's continuing to fucking fight the lawsuit. So, I mean, like, good luck with that. I don't know, again, if Frogan's case is particularly, like, better in comparison to that of, say, I don't know, Denham's, or better than that of, like, Caseytron's or whatever. I have no idea. The VOD doesn't exist. It's been nuked out of orbit. It is what it is. So, I don't know. Either way, Ethan Klein is still stupid and fucking wrong in terms of his dumbass fucking litigious freak actions that he's taking against, well, these 3 women who are quote-unquote a part of the Hassan orbit. And we all know why he's doing this. Is to fucking compel speech, and so he doesn't have to deal with a bunch of fucking criticisms that are being levied against him. Correct criticisms that are being constantly levied against him, because he's just mad about the fact that he's not a beloved content creator. Like, that's really all there is to it. But yeah, like, I don't know. Like, I guess that's like just a quick blurb on the Frogan sort of like lawsuit update. Because there's like not really much to say besides, oh, the law YouTubers lied and they're stupid, and all the slop tubers are just stupid. So can we really say that they lied when they're just idiots and they have no idea what they're talking about? No. I'm just gonna call them fucking morons, because they have no idea what they have no idea what they're saying. And if you listen to any of the opinions of a lot of YouTubers and build your fucking opinions based off of what they say, then I too am just going to think you're like a complete fucking moron. But yeah, we're just gonna like move on. She's gonna keep fighting. I believe she submitted an appeal to the default judgment, and we'll just have to continue seeing how this is going to fucking play out within court. But yeah, you should probably still donate to fucking Frogan's lawsuit to defend herself against, well, Ethan Klein's litigious fucking freak actions. And I don't know, hopefully she's fucking successful. That's, I don't know, all I really gotta fucking say about that, to be honest. We do be doing a little bit of an impromptu fucking segment in terms of all that. Mostly because I hate Ethan Klein. Mostly because I hate Ethan Klein. Who the fuck are we rating out to today? God damn it. Fucking dumbass, annoying ass. Fucking. Nope. Gotta fix the fucking keyboard shit. There we go. Fucking Canadian keyboards. We're raiding out to Echoplex. To Dave. Alright, dorks. Raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. If you're a sub, say you've been blessed by remaining Jesus with a transstride with the Daho raid butts. How you show appreciation as a sub. If you're a non-sub, you say wowie with the Daho raid butts. How you show appreciation. Those are Nintendo Case Gamers. I will be back tomorrow with some Junk Tent at around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be doing some Junk Tent tomorrow. Junk Tent! It's been a long time since we've done some fucking Junk Tent, and we're going to continue yapping and, I don't know, playing video games online. It's really, you know, really all there is fucking to it. Anywho, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.